Morning. We now have a quorum, so we will proceed with an interview as the first item on our agenda describes. We are going to interview a candidate who is the county executive's appointment to our Housing Opportunities Commission. So, Ms. Linda Kroom, will you please join us? Now, we have some questions that have been prepared for us to ask, and I will begin the discussion by turning to those questions. So thank you very much, Ms. Kroom, for joining us this morning. Yes, there's a button below the microphone, and if you put that on, and the light will come on. There you go.
Is it red?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Here's the first test already.
All right. That's the hardest part, frankly, of this morning, I think. Ms. Kroom, why do you want to continue serving as a member of HOC, and what do you feel you have accomplished as a commission member?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Kroom, and I'm seeking the reappointment to the position of Resident Commission of the Housing Opportunities Commission Board. It gives me great pleasure to have been selected to serve as the replacement of Gene Banks. That was our former commissioner. I was pleased to have served with Commissioner Banks on the Resident Advisory Board as president. While serving on the Board of Commissioners of the Housing Opportunity Commission, I've been assigned to the Legislative and Regulatory Committee, and also currently a member of the NARO, in which I attend several commissioner training seminars. I've also completed the Maryland Open Meetings Act and received my certification. I currently volunteer at George B. Thomas Watkins Mill High School every Saturday morning as a parent coordinator. I am also a participant in a One Star Enterprise, a nonprofit volunteer with the Back to School Bag Drive, Thanksgiving, Easter, and Christmas baskets for low and moderate income families of Montgomery County. I'm a missionary for the African Methodist Episcopal Church of Gaithersburg, Maryland. I also volunteer with the seniors of my community in providing transportation to various appointments. It would be my honor and privilege to continue to serve as the resident commissioner of the Housing Opportunities Commission. I'll take questions now.
Thank you, Ms. Kroom. You have an outstanding record of service to the community. Really appreciate that. What do you see as important issues facing the commission in the next few years?
Homelessness. We as a commission are looking and working towards housing more homeless vets, parents, children. In the NARO, when I went to different states, we have a bad homeless rate, but other states have it even worse. And so one of the things that I want to do is to try to provide for homelessness in any way I can.
Thank you for that focus. Are there any potential conflicts of interest of which we should be aware?
No. We work very well with our director, and all the staff at HOC is very helpful to all of us.
Thank you.
I don't know what I would do without them.
Terrific. It's a standard question, as you know.
Yes,
Will you be able to make the time commitment the commission requires?
absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Kroom. I really appreciate your stepping up to serve in this new way, and your work is very much appreciated. Mr. Elrich has a question.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, actually. HSC got cited by HUD for massive code violations. Can you talk about how that happened? You know, what's your perception as a commissioner, and what are you doing? What are you requiring differently so that this doesn't happen again?
Well, now Stacy Spam, who is the director, which you guys know, We are asking anything that comes, far as the residents, when the residents come in and complain to us as a board, we're asking for a point of action after that. We don't just go with what is said and send someone outside and they talk to him. We ask that he give us some type of follow-up behind that, so we'll know what's going on. Because when a lot of the residents come before the board, and they don't want to tell their personal business. No one wants to tell their personal business. But when you come before the board, you are destitute. You have no other choice. So now we have Stacy to give us follow-up on anybody that comes in and speak to us, even if it's about any types of things that they didn't get, or any staff member was disrespectful to them, anything, they come to us. They have to. And he has to give us a follow-up.
I guess I was more concerned about, the code violations, because these were buildings that you all they're your buildings, and you're supposed to be
Right.
inspecting them.
Right.
And HUD came in and said that these buildings were inadequately being maintained. The violations are in the hundreds.
Well,
So I'm just wondering what the response of the commission was to all these code violations.
when it was, honestly, to be honest with you, Mr. Elridge, this is the first time I've heard of it. I didn't know that we had violations.
Okay.
The last I heard was that the buildings that we HUD had came, that we had violations, but they all passed.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is an actual news story. This actually happened. I think something.
You could take it up at committee, Mr. Elrich. That might be
Yeah.
appropriate.
I'm just, I would expect commissioners to know about things like this. I would expect that the leadership
And you're
of the
absolutely
agency,
right.
the leadership of your agency should be bringing this in front of your board, so you know what's going on.
And you're absolutely right.
Okay.
And that's something that we will discuss.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your response, Ms. Kroom.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your work, and without further questions, okay, Mr. Leventhal.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for your focus on homelessness. HOC has been an excellent partner in identifying units as part of the Inside Not Outside campaign that's now underway. And when you mention veterans homelessness, I know that some who are listening saying, wait a minute, I thought we didn't have any homeless veterans. No, we never said that there would not be any homeless veterans. What the goal has been is that within 30 days, when a veteran is in crisis and loses his or her housing, we will be able to identify housing. So understanding that once you have housed everyone, other people will still find themselves in crisis and lose their housing. So it's an ongoing process of placing homeless veterans, and HOC is one of many partners who have been helping us identify those units, and I appreciate your focus and your leadership on that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very important agency. It's federally chartered, significant resources, thousands of units of housing, so it's an important role. We appreciate your spending your time on that mission. So
Thank
you
you,
very
sir.
much for your time today. We've
Thank
concluded
you.
this interview.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have an invocation. Is Ms. Robinson with us? There she is. Ms. Rosetta Robinson, on behalf of Interfaith Works.
Thank you. The day after Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, one of his questions that he's asked is still very relevant for today. What are we doing for others? Shall we pray? Hope you can hear me. Eternal One, we are grateful for this county and for the council members and neighbors and businesses and community leaders who have done much to make this a great county to live in. We are grateful for the time and talent and treasure they have given to make Montgomery County a model county to live, work, and worship in. But we know that there's still much more to be done to make it the beloved community that Dr. King envisioned. So we pray for new initiatives that would right wrongs, alleviate suffering, and fill gaps. We pray for new initiatives that will enable the economically disadvantaged and the victims of racial discrimination to share more in the prosperity of this county. We pray for divine intervention to repair wounds and broken bridges and build new bridges of cultural and racial and ethnic understanding. And then we also pray, knowing that this is a time when we're going to be moving into a new year and new leadership. We pray for the kind of leadership the world needs now: courageous, authentic, compassionate, inclusive, and sensitive to the needs of all of Montgomery County residents. We pray for your divine intervention and inspiration to make it be so. Holy One, make it be so. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. And now we'll move into presentations. I am not seeing Mr. Rice. And we have the Carlton Reese Memorial Unity Choir, but I believe we may also be waiting for Mr. Leggett, who's, I believe, may have reached out to the choir for an amazing celebration yesterday. And the night before. And it was a real source of pride to see all the members of the choir performing here in our community. So, do I have a, well,
Mr. Leggett coming as well?
yeah, we're supposed to, we're anticipating Mr. Leggett's joining us, and there's Mr. Rice. So we'll begin with a different proclamation, which is radon. Isn't. Why don't we just pause for a moment while we identify whether the county executive is going to be joining us? Do you have that ready? Okay, Mr. Rice will proceed with the radon proclamation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Many of you know, and I'd like for my folks from DEP to come on down if anybody's here. Come on down, Mike. The reason why we decided to move forward with this is because our region is actually one of the regions that's got a higher susceptibility of radon exposure than a lot of other areas throughout the country. And it's something that not a lot of people are aware of. We oftentimes hear about making sure that you've got a carbon monoxide detector in your house, making sure that you have a smoke detector in your house to protect your safety. The reality is that radon is also something that is also a silent killer, and something that a lot of people need to be aware of and understand can also have huge implications on the health and well-being of you and your family and your homes, especially if you live in some of the higher radon susceptible areas. And so radon itself is it's colorless. It's very hard to detect. You can't detect it from the naked eye in terms of looking at it or smelling it. Unlike carbon monoxide, where you actually, when you smell the exhaust, you can actually smell it. But radon, you can't. And so a lot of people, unfortunately, are living in homes right now while we're talking about this who are experiencing slow radon poisoning. And that's a huge issue. And so what we wanted to do here in this county is make sure that we were making people aware. If you buy a home, that they're actually checking to make sure that the radon levels are safe, making sure that they're within acceptable levels so that if there is an issue, they can easily be remediated. There's an easy way in which you can fix this problem, and that's by installing a radon mitigation system. And so we here in this county mandated that every house that was sold would actually have to be tested for radon so that people would be aware, so that you weren't just buying a home and then would think, hey, you know, I have to be unsure of whether or not I'm putting my family at risk. And so I'm very proud of my colleagues and I who here in Montgomery County believe in protecting our residents when they're buying homes and making sure that they're safe and that their families are safe. And so I really want to thank our Department of Environmental Protection for working with us and educating our community about this silent killer. And making sure that we have homes that from now on that are sold in perpetuity to where families will know and be aware of whether or not radon is a risk for them and their families. So I'm going to read the proclamation, which says, whereas radon is an invisible, odorless, radioactive gas that is the second leading cause of lung cancer in the United States and the leading cause of lung cancer among non-smokers, responsible for approximately 21,000 deaths a year. And whereas 1 in 15 homes across the nation has an elevated radon level, and the Environmental Protection Agency has determined that Montgomery County, Maryland is situated within the highest radon zone area. And whereas Montgomery County is the first jurisdiction in the United States to pass a law requiring single-family homes to be tested for radon prior to being sold. And whereas this January is National Radon Action Month, a perfect time to promote radon awareness and testing, as it's generally easiest and most effective in cooler weather months when houses tend to be closed up for the warmth. And whereas the U.S. Surgeon General has recommended that every single home be tested for radon, and that the testing is inexpensive and easily available through the mail, hardware stores, and at retail outlets. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland hereby acknowledges January 2018 as National Radon Action Month and encourages every single resident to test their homes for radon and, if necessary, make simple but life-saving fixes in a home or building to lower their health risks. And it's presented the 16th day of January in the year 2018, signed by our Council President, Hans Riemer.
I just want to say I look forward to talking on the phone with many residents, as I do every January, who have questions about radon.
Excellent. All right. And just again, encourage every single person, regardless of where you are. So my Alabamians, make sure when you go back, you get your homes tested for radon as well. Spread the word. All right? Yep, we'll go ahead and get a picture. Bye.
Okay, now we have a proclamation recognizing the Carlton Reese Memorial Unity Choir for over 50 years of their enduring commitment and dedication to the civil rights movement by Councilmember Craig Rice, and I believe the county executive is here, and we'll invite him to please join us down to present the proclamation.
So I just want to start off by saying what a moving celebration we had yesterday. And I really appreciate the fact that every single council member was there at that program. It was a great one in which we were moved not only by the tremendous performances from a lot of our Montgomery County public schools and the children that attend those schools, but also by a fantastic choir who has a tremendous history. It's interesting when you actually take the time to talk to folks and learn a little bit about them as individuals. You'll find some remarkable stories here that truly define next month, which is Black History. And so we really wanted to take the time to honor this choir and really thank Tim Stowe. There you are. You're hard to miss, but I still missed you. For really identifying and understanding how great it would be for us in Montgomery County to have the experience of this phenomenal choir. And so I'm going to turn it over to the county executive to say a few words, and then to Mr. Stowe, who might want to say a few words. Mr. County Executive, sir.
Good morning. This is, in fact, a historic moment because the people that are standing near us and behind us this morning are historic figures who played a very, very important role in the civil rights movement, much of which, as we know, started in the state of Alabama. They have provided the impetus. Many of them spent time in jail, and demonstration, and boycotts. They paved the way for much of the success that we've seen in civil rights. And their stories, their very, very challenging lives, I think have made much of America better. And we really appreciate not only the fact that you are here, the music, the cultural heritage that you provided, but also the historical heritage that you provided in what you did in Alabama and throughout the South. I want to thank again Jim Stowe, who in fact was the impetus for bringing you guys here, and we hope to see you sometime in the near future. They also reminded me the other night that Alabama also won the National Football Championship. So I don't know if there are any Georgia fans out here, but yeah. So I think one of the spokesmen want to say a few words before we make the presentation.
Thank you. My name is Kent Boyd. I'm privileged to serve as the president of this choir, of the Carlton Reese Memorial Unity Choir. On behalf of the choir, I would like to recognize our board chair, Ms. Patricia Reese, the founder of the choir in 1959, Ms. Mamie Brown Mason, who is still actively singing with the choir, and a board member, and our board member, Ms. Alicia Andrews, and the rest of the choir. In 1959, when this choir was formed, I had not been born yet. At its height, at the height of service in 1963, I was 3 years old. I cannot claim to be a foot soldier from the day, but I am a beneficiary of this choir. To have the privilege to serve this choir, to sing with this choir, and to be with this choir here serving today. I would like to extend our sincere thanks to the City Council, to the county, to the County Council, the County Executive, to the Friends of the Human Rights Commission, so many other people that I cannot name, to Mr. Stowe, especially for your patience and perseverance in bringing this vision to reality, and to the citizens of Montgomery County. Thank you so much for having us. I just hope and pray that we have been able to make some contribution to the vision that we can all one day openly embrace people of all races, of all cultures, and all ethnicities, not because we are different, but because we are the same. Thank you.
To all of you who are from Birmingham, Alabama, we want to thank you all so much for your time. Time is so precious, and you were willing to share with us over these last 3 days, and we want to thank you for the sacrifice in coming here and being a part of our celebration. Our county executive already has shared a broad thank you from our community. I want to thank him for his participation as well, and county council for your participation as well. But lastly, Martin King said it best: everyone can be great because everyone can serve. And you have shown us this weekend what dedicated service is all about. So to the Martin, to the Carlton Reese Memorial Unity Choir, We thank all of you sincerely. Godspeed in going back to your homes. And may you forever remember the weekend you spent in the beautiful Montgomery County, Maryland. As our county executive says, we're moving toward the ideal Montgomery County, Maryland. Thank you very much.
All right, so I'm going to move quickly through this proclamation, and the county executive has granted me the authority to read this, which is rare. So I'm going to jump on it before Ike knows I'm just playing with him. So whereas the Carlton Reese Memorial Unity Choir was formed in 1959 at the direction of Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth to offer music and inspiration for the Birmingham Civil Rights Movement and the 16th Street Baptist Church. And whereas their unwavering support of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Civil Rights Movement are displayed through their inspirational songs of courage, perseverance, and hope. And whereas the choir honored Montgomery County residents at the annual Martin Luther King Jr. birthday tribute and celebration with songs of yesterday like Keep Your Eyes on the Prize and Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Around. Their performance marks the choir's first ever appearance outside the state of Alabama. And whereas today the choir endeavors to keep alive the songs, stories, and spirit of the civil rights movement to encourage and inspire a new generation in the struggle against old injustices and new challenges. I'm going to say that again. To inspire a new generation in the struggle against old injustices and new challenges. Now, therefore, do we, Isaiah Leggett as County Executive and Hans Riemer as our County Council President, hereby recognize the Carlton Reese Memorial Unity Choir for their incredible contribution to the civil rights movement and the inspiration they are bestowing on future generations. Signed by our County Council President, Hans Riemer, and our County Executive, Ike Leggett.
We just will be in today. We just will be in today. I hope you're singing what you're supposed to be singing. I sang alto.
Behold, how good and how
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you to the Carlton Reese Memorial Unity Choir for coming and
Mr.
sharing
President,
your
if I
gift
could
with
just
us.
mention that they also gave a concert at an event at the correctional facility in Clarksburg on Sunday night. My wife and I were privileged to be there along with county executive and many other people. And it was truly a remarkable day as well. Of all the people that are in this choir, and there's so many people that are historic in many ways, we have the police chief, the former police chief of Birmingham, Alabama here.
Wow.
And as I like to point out to them, and I did that evening, the person that scored the last touchdown in the history of Bear Bryant's career actually is from Montgomery County, Maryland. So thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Safe travels. All right. That's one to remember. We're now going to proceed to general business. And I will turn to the county council clerk for announcements. This might be your.
I have not.
Okay.
You ready?
Your inaugural.
You ready?
You're going to sing the next.
No. I'll work on that for next time. We do have a few announcements, though. We have a number of public hearings that are coming up. There's a public hearing on amendments to the fiscal years 17 through 22 capital improvements program that reflect the county executive's recommended savings plan. That public hearing is scheduled for January 30th at 9:45 a.m. There also will be public hearings on the fiscal year 19 capital budget and fiscal years 19 through 24 capital improvements program held on February 6th, 2018 at 7:30 p.m. and February 7th, 2018 at 1:30 in the afternoon and 7:30 in the evening. We have no petitions this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Lamarzi. And now we will have an action item, the approval of minutes from November 28th and December 5th, as well as closed session minutes from November 28th and December 5th. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And that is a unanimous with among those present. Thank you. I'm a little rusty from the winter break, I've got to say. Yeah. Good. And now we're moving on to the consent calendar. We have a number of items on the consent, and it's been moved. Do I have a second? And I am not seeing lights. And here is a light, Mr. Katz.
Yes, on item B, the prescription drug affordability, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, please.
Very good. And all those in favor of the consent calendar, show of hands. And that is unanimous among those present. We'll move to the district council session. And we'll begin today with an introduction of Subdivision Regulation Amendment 18-01, minor subdivision ownership units. A public hearing is scheduled for February 27th at 1:30 p.m. Next, we have an action item. Zoning Text Amendment 1714, walls and fences, setback exemption. I'll turn it to the chair of the Fed Committee, Nancy Florine.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and welcome back, everyone. This zoning text amendment basically permits property owners to have a higher fence if it backs up to a commercial area. That's it, more or less, in a nutshell. And I know that Mr. Leventhal would like to speak to this as well.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that Vicki Vergagni is here, and that on behalf of the Glenway Homeowners Association, Glenway Gardens, she brought this to my attention. It is universal in its applicability, of course, and I hope that it will provide protection from night lighting and noise, and we have a lot of neighborhoods that are adjacent to shopping centers, and that's fine and it's very convenient, but sometimes those shopping centers intrude on the quality of life and peace of mind of the residents. So I'm very glad that Ms. Vergagni brought this to our attention, and that we were, without any controversy, able to agree that a higher fence protecting the homeowners from the noise and intrusion of commercial activity is appropriate.
And we unanimously recommend approval of this.
And therefore, we'll have a roll call vote.
Mr. Elbridge? Yes. Mr. Elbridge votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Leventhal?
Yes.
Mr. Leventhal votes yes. Ms. Florine?
Yes.
Ms. Florine votes yes. Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Katz votes yes. Ms. Navarro?
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Reamer?
Mr. Reamer votes yes, and that is unanimous among those present. Next item C, action. Zoning text amendment 1712, definitions, rear building line. Ms. Florine.
Thank you very much. Again, this was an initiative by Councilmember Leventhal. It turns out when we rewrote the zoning ordinance, we left out a few things. There's always something. And this one has to do with what is the rear building line of a lot that's a through lot. There are very few of these, but every so often it comes up and there's a debate. So Councilmember Leventhal took the initiative, and with Mr. Zients, we have defined the rear is the part of the property that's not the part that has the number on it. I believe that's the technical solution. So again, Mr. Leventhal has some comments on this.
Yeah, again, this was an issue that was brought to me by a constituent, Mr. Ashfaq Dawood, and he had encountered an undue amount of difficulty getting a permit for a swimming pool in his very large yard, which was a perfectly appropriate place for a swimming pool, because when the property was subdivided, he had this unusually shaped lot that backed onto a major street. And so this is really a minor and, again, non-controversial correction that should, for some scattered dozens or maybe hundreds of unusually subdivided lots, should make it easier for the homeowners to enjoy the use of their property.
Very good. And the Fed Committee has recommended approval, and so it's a roll call vote.
Mr. Elbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Elbridge votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Berliner?
Yes.
Mr. Berliner votes yes. Mr. Leventhal?
Yes.
Mr. Leventhal votes yes. Ms. Florine?
Yes.
Ms. Florine votes yes. Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Katz votes yes. Ms. Navarro?
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Reamer?
Yes, and that is unanimous among those present. Okay. Well, we don't have an item yet before us. I'm not sure.
So, Council President, if I could be recorded as voting in the affirmative on item B,
Yes,
I would be grateful.
thank you.
So that's a
approve
yes
that
vote on
message.
item B. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and we now move to legislative session, day number 2. First, we'll begin with a action on a resolution to extend expiration date until December 31st, 2018 for expedited bill 3616, Employees Retirement System Disability Retirement. And I need a motion and a second. Sorry, some discussion items, Miss. It's a GEO committee. You're going to. Thank you. You're going to describe this bill. Apologize.
I think somebody already moved it, but and seconded it. But just wanted to mention that this bill 36-16 was sponsored by the county president on behalf of the county executive. The GO committee did hold a work session on September 22nd, 2016. This bill would permit the county to non-competitively reappoint a former county employee to the same position or a position of comparable status in the same department if the individual's disability retirement benefits are discontinued due to a medical reexamination. The bill would also permit the former disability retiree to become a member of the retirement plan in which the individual was enrolled when the individual left county service, if the individual was vested at the time they left county service. These provisions would only apply to a member who became disabled on or before July 1st, 2016. FOP Lodge 35 and IFF Local 1664 argued that the executive committed a prohibited practice under the county collective bargaining laws when he sent Bill 36-16 to the council for introduction. Both unions filed prohibited practice charge against the executive with the appropriate labor relations administrator. The GO committee determined that they would not make a decision. We determined that we would not make a decision on this legislation until the hearing process has been concluded with the labor relations administrators. Thus, the need for the extension of the bill's expiration date. Mr. Drummer, who is our senior legislative attorney, and he also staffed this agenda item during the committee work session, is here if anybody has any questions, but that's the gist of why we need an extension. Thank you.
Okay, now, we need a motion and a second, I am told, but you're saying it's a committee.
No, I think somebody already had moved it in second.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch who that was. If I could, who had moved it? Ms. Fleury, and seconded by Ms. Navarro. Thank you. So we'll have a vote. It's a show of hands. No, there's an item. Okay. Mr. Berliner.
Mr. Drummer, do you want to explain what the controversy is with respect to this? The essence of the complaint?
The controversy is over whether the union has a right, or whether the county, well, the controversy is whether the union actually represents the employees that are already on disability. These are employees who are already on disability and retirement, and the county executive has been trying to reevaluate, as he was required by our amendments to the disability law, to reevaluate to see if they're still disabled, and when they determine someone is no longer disabled, put them back on the employment rolls. And there's a dispute as to whether that's something that needs to be bargained or can be done simply by legislation. The council can do it by legislation. The question is whether the executive can submit the legislation to the council without going through bargaining first. And that's the issue. It hasn't been resolved yet in front of the Labor Relations Administrator.
So the purpose of the extension is to allow that process to play out?
Yes, it's just to allow that process to play out before the council reviews and makes a decision on whether the bill is a good idea or not.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to extend. So now this is a show of hands. Please raise your hand if you're in favor of extending the legislation. And that is unanimous among those present. Okay. We are 8 minutes ahead of schedule. And our next item is an overview of the Energized Public Spaces Functional Master Plan. And if the Park and Planning team is all present, we can move right into that item. Okay, we're scouring the building for the commission chairman. We'll just take a moment then.
Oh, there we go.
Energetically entering the room. Very good.
Hello. Good morning.
Welcome, Mr. Anderson. And take us away.
Thank you. As many of you know, we have the best park system in the country. And we know that because we've won the National Recreation Park Association Gold Medal Award more times than any other park system anywhere. And the only reason we don't have more is because they won't give it to you every year. You have to wait your turn, because we wouldn't want to win it every year. It would demoralize all the other park systems. So that's good news. But, when the Patriots last won the Super Bowl, I can imagine that they did not come into work the next day and Bill Belichick said, we're the greatest. We can stop right here. That's not the way it works. If you're the best and you want to stay the best, you have to keep getting better. So I always tell our people, we are the best, we believe that, but that's not good enough. We need to get better all the time. And this plan, I think, represents one of the most important things the park system has ever done, because it represents an attempt to not only get better in general, but specifically to really think about what it means to be the best possible park system in the future. Could we advance that slide? Next slide. Yeah, okay. So you might take it for granted that parks are great and everybody agrees as to what parks are for. That's not really true. The purpose of parks has changed over time. The ideology of what parks should be, what functions they serve. Some of those things are timeless. Everybody would agree that parks are designed to protect the natural environment. They have a major role in stewarding resources, water quality, air quality, preserving nature. Another function that parks have served over time is to give people a place to recreate, both passive and active recreation. Your kids want to go out and play soccer, you want to go out and run on or ride a bike or ride a horse on one of the trails, and that's something that the parks do everywhere, and I think that we've done that pretty well. But over time, you see on the left, our idea about what the park should do has changed. When the Lees first were trying to develop what became the suburbs of Washington, D.C. and Maryland, they were concerned about where could they put their water and sewer infrastructure, where could they build parkways. They had no problem creating a Stream Valley Park system, both to control flooding and also to create a place where all that infrastructure for the development of the suburbs should go. And that was really the starting point of our park system. As time went on, and we became a bedroom community of Washington, D.C., we had more people moving to Montgomery County who wanted a place to raise a family. Then they needed things like athletic fields. And you see in the 50s and 60s, a lot of the major regional parks and what we think of as a classic suburban park system was developed. In the 70s, there was more emphasis on neighborhood parks. Next slide. And that came in conjunction with Silent Spring, the environmental movement, more awareness of the need for parks for stewardship and environmental conservation. By the 80s and 90s, at about the time when the AgriServe was being adopted, we had ideas about limiting sprawl, making sure that development would be relatively compact, and the role of parks in open space preservation was more top of mind in what the park system was about. But as we moved into 2010s, we started encountering the reality that urban parks were something that the system had not really emphasized before. Acquisition of parks place for 24/7 downtowns, the places where people would want to live and work and see as centers of activity, and the role that parks could play in the urbanized parts of the county was really neglected. Next slide. So that brings us to today. We're trying to fulfill that role, which up until now, we honestly have not really focused on very much. Even though we think we're the best park system in the country, and we mean that, we recognize that we're not perfect, and there are some things we do better than others. So in the spirit of trying to not only be the best park system that there is in the future, but also to meet the changing needs of the county, we feel that it's important to have a new plan for how we're going to have the best urban parks that serve not only those earlier goals of environmental stewardship, outdoor recreation, but also community building. The opportunities that parks present to encourage social interaction, to bring people together. And that's what this plan is really about. It's about the idea that the parks need to be something not to break with the past, because we're still going to do stewardship and recreation, hopefully at every bit as high level as we've done in the past, but to also add that element that's been missing, which is the role of parks in creating opportunities to build social capital and community, and also to contribute to the economic development goals of the county by making sure that we have great urban places just like we have great suburban places and great rural places in the county. The only other thing I'll add before turning it over is you'll notice that this plan uses a lot of data analysis, a lot of quantitative tools that you wouldn't necessarily see in connection with park planning, at least not in the past. And everything we're doing today in the private sector and public sector is driven more by data. And I mean, that's the direction of the future, is to use data more effectively to support decision making. How can we allocate scarce resources? What's the most cost effective and compelling case for where we should invest and where we should put more resources? And I think you're going to find that the methodology that's been created to identify those places that are most appropriate where there are shortages of certain types of urban park experiences is something that's pretty exciting about this plan. So with that, I'll turn it over. I'd just say I'm extremely proud of our staff and all the work that they've done in this. And as I say, I think this is really one of the most important things the Parks Department has ever done.
Mike Riley, Director of Parks. I couldn't be more excited about this plan. As Casey said, we already have a great award-winning park system that our residents have access to. This plan is about looking 20, 30 years down the road and making sure that that continues, that all of our residents have equitable, hopefully walkable access to great parks that serve the purpose of social gathering, recreation, and enjoying open space. So I'm going to turn the presentation over to two of our planning staff, Christina Sasaki and Brenda Sandberg. We'll walk you through how this tool works. Before they start, I do want to recognize Dr. John Hench, who's chief of our Park Planning and Stewardship section, who oversaw this plan with Christina and Brenda, and I think it's going to be a tremendous tool to make sure that we are spending our resources wisely in the future to make sure that we're acquiring and developing and providing the right parks in the right places in our areas of high population density.
Where is that picture from?
That's in Texas. It's an urban park there.
It's pretty cool.
Well, this is what we really want to bring. You know, we've having been like developing a lot of the suburban parks. So this picture, on purpose, we choose something that we are sort of envisioning for our future.
This picture says 1,000 words. That's nice.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning. For the record, Christina Sasaki. I'm the manager of the Energized Public Space Functional Master Plan, a big name. So from now on, we're going to be calling the EPS plan. I'm really excited. It's my first time in the County Council, so I'm excited to introduce this plan. And to the council, to the audience, and also the colleagues here present. With Ms. Brenda Sandberg. She's been helping supervising this plan. And also, we would like to acknowledge the great contribution of our EPS working group. This group, it really had representatives of the affected neighborhoods, the development community, and also the county urban districts. It gave us very important input. We also want to express the gratitude to our commission leadership staff, especially to Chris McGovern, who's sitting behind us here, and also, she's not here with us here, but Brooke Farquhar, who was our former supervisor. Today, we are providing an overview of the Functional Master Plan. And in order to be able to give you really a brief snapshot of what this plan is about, we're going to be answering three major questions. What is this plan about? Where we are applying this plan? And also, why we are doing this plan? What is new about this plan? So, to start, what is the EPS plan? Let's focus on two things. So it's a functional master plan. So different from sector and master plans, it's going to deal with an integrated system of parks and open spaces. And then we also going to be describing a program to improve that system. The second thing is, as a functional master plan, It also create a data-driven recommendation to be applied to master sector plans and also other park planning studies. So here's the role of the EPS plan. So how it's going to be interacting with our existing park planning documents. So we have here, it's going to be receiving guidance from Vision 2030 document that established the need for urban parks where we have more people. And it's also going to be receiving guidance from the 2017 Park Recreation Open Space Plan, the PROS plan, who last year created a specific chapter on our urbanized areas and recognized at the beginning of this effort. How it's going to be interacting with our existing and our future master and sector plans. We are taking consideration recommendations for our previous plans, and we're going to be applying this new methodology, the new tool, to create recommendations for our future master and sector plans. So where we're going to be applying this new plan. So 3 areas where we have more people right now, where we're going to have more people in the future, and also where we can deliver these energized public spaces. So here's a map showing pretty much what we're calling the EPS study area. It's a combination of high-density mixed-use and high-density residential areas, both together. So everything that you are seeing in green is where we're going to be focusing the development of this project. And in order to test our methodology, we chose the Silver Spring CBD as our pilot area. So here is a little snapshot to show to you why we are doing where we are doing. We did a lot of community survey and input because of the PROS plan. And so there are 3 very important aspects of the residents who live within the EPS study area. They are much more likely to live in multifamily housing. They are twice as likely to have lower household income, and also they are more dependable on use of public transit to access our parks and open spaces. So we are focused on our underserved communities. So this is a very familiar graphic for some of you. That's just what Casey was saying. We really are now shifting where we are making our efforts, because people are used to live in our commercial areas and now are moving to inside them. So we have residents and works to serve in areas that traditionally we didn't have enough parkland. So why we are doing this plan? And the answer is, we know we have limited resources. So this plan will give us the ability to apply a methodology, a tool to help ensure that we will have adequate parks and open spaces in these areas where we are growing and we have more people. So the big vision here, and we are following with the national trends to really try to provide integrated system and network of public space within a walking distance. We're going to be following that, also respecting the 10-minute walking access, and we are going to be delivering an interactive countywide park plan in order to have healthier, stronger, and happier communities in a walking distance. So this slide pretty much summarizes our 3 main outcomes of the plan. So this plan will give us the ability, with the new methodology, to measure and map access to park experiences, so we'll have an idea which community has or doesn't have access to parks and open spaces. For the staff and for the planning board, it will give a tool to prioritize where we are spending our limited funds, because we're going to be able to locate in the map of the level of services, and we're going to be using social equity factors in order to do that. And third, we're really going to be delivering an integrated network of energized public spaces. So we understand the importance of the new role and the expanding role of parks in terms of a social gathering type of space. So we're going to be exploring that too. So what is really new about this methodology? There are 2 major things that are important. First, it is GIS, a Geographic Information System-driven tool, so it's more precise, and will be determining the parks and open space within a 10-minute walk shed, and then it's going to tell us what we can or we cannot access within that walk shed. So this is new for us. So the second thing is we stop to think about and to respect, based on a lot of the community input, what is the type of experience that our park system offers from the user point of view. So we are evaluating the amenities in 3 major categories: active recreation, contemplative recreation, and also social gathering. A little bit to explain how we are envisioning these experiences. So pretty much, if you are exercising, kicking a ball, running around, really trying to promote active recreation, we're going to be measuring that, and that also going to be promoting your physical health. Then, if you're looking for a place to relax, to escape chaos, just, enjoy nature, we are calling that the contemplative experience, and it's going to benefit your mental health. And then the last one that is very important is, as you saw in the previous slides, a lot of these people live in multifamily buildings and they don't have backyards. So we are trying to make these urban spaces their backyards, their outdoor living rooms, where we encourage people to come and meet new friends and meet new people, exchange their different cultures and engage. So we are calling that the social gathering experience, and it's good for your social health. So here are just a couple of examples of each of those types of experience. So here's a little skate spot in Woodside Urban Park. And, who didn't want to be today, right now, just enjoying the shade of a tree or just spreading and reading a book in the grassy open land? We really want to encourage that. Not today. Ideally in your dreamy today. Then is also social gathering. This is a cookout in the Wall Park, near the parking lot area. It's a great way to engage with the community and get to know your neighbors. So after you saw these exciting pictures, I just want to ask you just to switch a little bit, keep those nice, exciting pictures in mind, and we're going to be doing a very quick snapshot of how this methodology works. I promise it's not going to be boring. So this methodology measures the level of service for parks within this walking distance. What does it really mean? We're going to show visually. So pretty much what we've done, we took a site. So you're going to be seeing in the next 10 slides from now on, in and off, this sort of graphic here with this one little square highlighted in white, that it will be our conceptual resident. So we pretty much took a site, we divided it in 1 acre square grid, and then we said, okay, if you live in this little 1 acre square grid, you can walk within 10-minute distance all this area that is showing in green. And you're going to notice that, the distance for this walk shed is different. And it's different because this GIS2 takes into consideration the barriers, such, if you have a metro station, you have 495, we're not going to put the walkway crossing like Superman flying the other side. So and we take in consideration a real pedestrian network. And the other thing that it does, if you see all these little red dots within this walk shed, it considers every single facility, and it was mentioned previously, not just the park amenities, but any public accessible amenity will be considered as part of the user experience. So once we take every single one of those red facilities, we classify them on those 3 types of experience: active, contemplative, and social gathering. And how do we score? We pretty much favor the more open and democratic the space, the higher the point. So in this example that we are evaluating active recreation, a tennis court has a lower score because it serves a very specific number of people and fewer people, and you need to have special skills. On the other end of the spectrum, you have trails, who is open to everybody. You don't need special skills. So it serves a larger population, so it gets more points. So we've done that for every single little square in that conceptual walk shed. And as you see, we have the results here. And the person who lives in this little square is really lacking active recreation. It's the darker colors means more access to parks and recreation. The lighter colors, you have less access. So this is really important because it tells you really accessible, where we should be actually locating our best efforts. So then we say, okay, we pretty much took the supply. So what is the demand for these park experiences? So in order to determine the demand, we pretty much take that same 1 acre square and we pretty much took the jobs and residents. They are within the parcel land that overlaps the land use, and then we use planning department data models to calculate population. So when we've done that for each of the squares, you have this map on the corner here, where the darker colors means is where you have a higher concentrations of potential park users. So with that, we have, collect all the contemplative, active, and social gathering experience together. So you have the total supply. So you see the darker colors is where you have more access. And then we took the demand, and then we compared them relative to each other, and then we established a ratio. So anything that was lower that ratio, we consider a lower level service, and is represented by the red squares that you see on the level of service map. So graphically, we are representing where are the areas that we need to focus our efforts. So another thing that we've done, because it's not just about the numbers, it's also about the quality of space. So traditionally, park planning has been increasing the quality of spaces. So, but what we've kind of add to this analysis, we are currently developing our urban parks and open space design guidelines, and also our urban park standards for operation, maintenance, and policing. They are being developed parallel in order to be able to add the qualitative analysis to the quantitative analysis that we are doing. So here, just to summarize and to wrap up that portion of the presentation, we pretty much are bringing to a quantitative analysis, a lot of data to be able to identify where are the highest needs in our lowest level service. Then we put together with our sort of traditional urban design analysis to put quality in that analysis. And the result is that we're going to come up with a list of recommendations that will guide future sector master plans and even other individual studies that not necessarily are part of sector and master plan, because we have the tool to generate that data. And then the result will be a matrix of opportunities where you're going to be able to prioritize where we're going to be putting our efforts. With that, I finished the analysis portion. I'll be giving to Brenda to talk about the implementation. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Christina. I, too, am very excited to be here and present to you today. Christina took us through that analysis part of the plan, quantitative analysis plus the qualitative analysis, and that gives us a matrix of opportunities, a list of things we can do to try and increase that level of surface. I'm going to try and quickly take you through some of the primary outcomes of the plan, how we'll address that matrix of opportunities, and then the implementation. What are we going to do going forward? So the next slide. So after that quantitative and qualitative analysis is complete, we have this list of opportunities. So what are we going to do with that list of opportunities? The first thing we're going to do is group the opportunities into 5 different implementation strategies. You can see them listed there. These strategies are already a core part of what the Parks Department already does. It's part of our toolkit, but they're being used in a little bit more comprehensive approach to serve communities across the board, and I'll explain each of those strategies in a moment. Next, the recommendations are given an initial screen for feasibility, and perhaps most important, we will then prioritize these opportunities based on the level of service and on social equity. We'll be using factors such as lower income areas to try and prioritize where we should spend funding. This means that our implementation actions can be targeted to the areas of the county that broadly need more parks and open space services, and also to smaller locations within a specific community that are most in need of open space. So now we have graphic here that will help sort of illustrate, and then some photos of some examples of what the 5 implementation strategies are. So the first thing we can do to try and get more use of the parks is try and activate those parks. The goal is to get more people out using them. Here's an example of our existing pop-up program that we have in parks. We have a pump track that can be put in place for about 4 weeks in a park, and kids get to use it. And then it gets picked up and moved to another park. Another example, we can do both tree climbing and we have a climbing wall. And both of these can be easily set up as part of larger activation events and community events in the parks. Another example is movie nights. Movie nights are often a great thing we can do with partners to help sponsor us. And then this final example is this special events are a great, and partnering to do special events is a great way we can activate. This example is the Yappy Hour that some of you know. Obviously, it was a partnership with the Bethesda Urban Partnership, set up a temporary dog park with a fence in Elm Street local urban park, had vendors for food, beer, and wine, and live music. Great event. People were saying, why don't you do this next week? So other than activation, one of the key things is to connect. As we saw in that walkable network, there may be certain people who have a great park within half a mile, but they can't get to it. So here's a great example of where we heard from the community that there was a need for additional connectivity. During the public outreach for the upcoming renovation of Acorn Urban Park in Silver Spring, the lack of a safe connection, pedestrian connection to Jessup Blair Park was a major point that the community raised during that renovation planning for Acorn. So we will work to align our projects with DOT and other agencies to try on an interagency basis improve connectivity. The third strategy is to renovate and repurpose facilities in existing parks. One great example of that is in Ellsworth Urban Park. There was formerly a courtyard plaza. It was not well used. It was isolated from the rest of the park. We knew a dog park was needed. Built a new dog park. It's been very successful, very popular, and we have really increased usage of the park overall by repurposing that area to a new facility. The next strategy is to develop new facilities or amenities within existing parks or privately owned open space. So the one example we're showing you pictures of is the Western Grove Urban Park. The land was acquired about 10 years ago, and in partnership with the local municipality, private donors, et cetera, we developed new facilities, plaza, fountain, movable chairs, and as well as open green space and a nature play area, facility to serve this fairly dense community. The next and final strategy, if those first 4 strategies don't do enough to give us adequate service for parks and open space, we then need to create new open spaces. So most people, when they hear create new open spaces, they assume we're jumping right to using land to purchase land for public parks. That is a critical tool to meet our urban parks needs. However, there are other significant tools that we can use to try and increase the amount of open space to serve the public. And here are some photos with some examples of that. We can take advantage of unusual and small spaces in the urban environment. For example, an athletic field on top of a building, create special event space on top of an underutilized parking garage. There's already a huge incentive in the zoning code and requirements to create privately owned public spaces, or POPs, through the development process. And we can also work to try and encourage more innovative zoning and master plan recommendations to incentivize the creation of more open space. And also we are working to look at alternative ownership options for the actual public parks, and there are examples of that going on. Now I want to real quickly run you through the results from the pilot area in Silver Spring. I'm just going to do this very briefly here. We can go in more detail if requested at the Fed committee. The first step was to identify the areas in the CBD with the lower level of service based on the supply and demand analysis. This slide illustrates the lower level of service. Next, we then identified, using sort of traditional qualitative land use and urban design principles, opportunity sites where we could try and do something to increase service. On the next slide, you can see we overlapped the level of service with those opportunity sites, and then we came up with a set of specific recommendations where each of these opportunity sites was placed into one of the categories. There are certain locations where we might try multiple strategies to try and increase the level of service. This overlay really helps us to visualize which strategies might have the biggest impact on increasing the level of service within Silver Spring. So now, once the County Council approves this plan, what are we going to do next? How are we going to make this happen? There are three major steps I want to point out to you today. First, we're going to apply the quantitative GIS methodology across the entire EPS study area to create the low level of service maps. Our time frame, we think that within 6 to 12 months after the adoption of the plan, we should be able to have that level of service quantitative analysis complete. Then once that is done, we can prioritize areas and communities within the study area for doing the qualitative analysis and coming up with specific recommendations. And we can prioritize those areas for study also based on need for parks and on social equity issues. The time frame is that will be an ongoing process on 2 tracks. First of all, we'll be using the methodology and using this whole tool to identify and make recommendations for parks and open space in master and sector plans as they are being done by the planning department and being brought through the planning board into yourselves. And secondly, we can do standalone studies for priority areas that are not scheduled for a master plan in the future. So if an area is high priority for getting more parks and open space, but they don't have a master plan on the schedule, we can use these tools to do a standalone study, take the recommendations to the planning board, and move forward. And then I guess the final point on that slide was that we will then implement. This is a functional plan. It describes a program. We'll spend the next 10, 20, 30 years trying to build on this and create the park system of the future. So again, this is just a recap of all the benefits of the plan that we can do to create a network of both publicly and privately owned energized spaces to serve the public. I want to close with an overall way of thinking about it. That's a phrase I've used at some of our public outreach meetings. We've traditionally been a suburban and rural park system, and an excellent award-winning one at that. We are now, the new paradigm is that we're moving to be an urban, suburban, and rural park system. We're not getting rid of and we're not reducing our focus on how important that suburban and rural park system is, but we're adding a new innovative urban park system to meet the changing demographics of the county and working with both integrating public and private spaces. So thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation. That was really exciting. I think your work here really mirrors the change in the county at large, which is we've always been a suburban community. We have so much of our land set aside as farmland, rural communities, and we have rising urban areas, and we have so many people living in those rising urban areas, but we didn't plan maybe 30, 40, 50, 70, 80 years ago to have a good network of parks within those areas. So this is really important, exciting work, and I like the vision that I'm seeing here a lot, and I appreciate that. So I'll turn it to my colleagues for questions. First up, Councilmember Nancy Florine.
Thank you very much. It sounds like a really interesting project, and I know we'll get into a lot more detail when we take this up. I think it's, right now we have it scheduled for the 29th. So just a basic question, is this replacing the PROS plan?
No.
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 Okay, so they worked in tandem kind of thing?
No. We will still do every 5 years the park recreation and open space plan.
Okay. And then is this only intended to apply to urban areas?
It's intended to apply to the area in that shape in green. I don't know if we can get it up, the study area. And again, we didn't want to apply it to just the mixed-use high density.
The green shaded area is where this would be applicable?
Correct.
Okay. I wasn't clear about that because I was, I mean, based on your criteria, it would seem to me that one place you'd really want to focus on was Langley Park and Long Branch, and that stretch of area, and that's included in this as well.
Correct. We felt it was important to address areas where there were large areas of multifamily housing, where you have a lot of people who don't have their own private open
Indeed.
space. They are very much in need, even if they aren't in a mixed-use community with housing and commercial right next to each other.
And the EPS study area includes all 5 districts. You know, we have portions of the study area in all 5 districts.
Sure. But speaking as an at-large member, I think that's very important. Okay, so, and I would be interested in hearing about how you're really going to prioritize this in terms of parks initiatives and going into the future. And is this something that you would tie into our amenity requirements in the zoning ordinance?
Yes. We are coordinating with the planning department. We are using the same database. We just evaluate differently, but they are coordinated, and the recreational guidelines include language that this plan will receive guidance and will guide the recreational
All this
plans.
stuff. Okay. All right. Well, we'll look forward to a more in-depth conversation in a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Florine and Mr. Berliner.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Oh, I apologize. Mr. Leventhal.
You hit the wrong button, I think. No trouble. Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your interrupting your busy schedule of visiting all the parks. I've been seeing you on social media visiting every park, so I know you're going to fall behind today because you're here.
We better catch up today.
I want to make a suggestion, and that is signage in 2 areas. First of all, the trail network, you kind of have to know where it is. It's just not that easy to know. As one who really enjoys experiencing, when I have some time off, trails, they're not that easy to find, and particularly when you're on the trail, that would be an investment we might want to consider. We have a really good trail network, but many, many people don't know that it exists, and that would lead to much more activation in everywhere. I mean, I just think that we ought to do a better job. I had the opportunity to take a few days off with my wife, and we were visiting parks in Central Florida, and hiking trails are well marked, and there's stops, posts where you can get a paper map, and you can figure out, oh, this is a loop, and we'll end up here, and oh, this is where we are now because I'm on the paper map, and we just don't have much of that in our trail network. So that's something we might want to consider investing in, and that there would be a big payoff, I think, in terms of
I
activation.
could not agree with you more, and in fact, we are currently looking at both signage and mapping right now for the trail network. I'd be happy to talk to you about that at any until you tell me to shut up.
Yeah, I mean, I think about Northwest Branch as an example. Some of it, there's trails on both sides of the stream.
Yeah.
Some of them are hard surface, some of them are soft surface. You can be walking on the soft surface, and then it just stops. You don't know where you are. And it's not, I'm a highly sophisticated user of Montgomery County facilities and very geographically aware of the county, and yet I have found myself on a number of occasions just lost, not knowing.
You're absolutely right, and I can't wait to tell you more about what we're doing in both the mapping and signage. We're absolutely in agreement.
Okay, and while I have the microphone very briefly, could we get the tree removed at the Cascade on Colesville Road across from the Burnt Mills Shopping Center? It's really unsightly, and it looks like the park is neglected.
I will follow up with you and make sure I know exactly what tree this is.
It's the famous waterfall across Colesville Road from the Burnt Mills Shopping Center that Teddy Roosevelt talked about along Northwest Branch Trail. And there's a great big tree that must have come down during one of the recent storms, and it's very visible when you're driving up Route 29 from Silver Spring. It's maybe a white oak or something. It's a white, very large tree that's just right there on the area where the water cascades down on the west side of Colesville Road.
Where the dam is.
Dam, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and the tree's been there for months, and it's unsightly, and it looks like nobody's maintaining the park.
Okay, Mr. Berliner.
I just want to commend you for your work, Chairman Anderson, you take great pride, and Mr. Riley, you take great pride in our park system and the awards you've won, and you should take great pride in it. Our county should take great pride in it. It is one of the things that our county does so very well, and we do it well because of your leadership and the work you do, and it means a lot to our community. It is constantly rated as one of the most important aspects of quality of life in our county for good reason. And this piece has been something that has been a passion of mine. I actually was privileged when I was a younger man working on Capitol Hill for Senator Metzenbaum to be involved in making sure that we had an urban parks bill at the national level. And it was the first time that our country, which had focused in many ways, if you will, like we did, on the suburban and the big spaces, had not focused on the urban spaces. And so Senator Howard Metzenbaum from Cleveland was one of those that said, we need urban parks, and we still need urban parks and to activate those parks. And it makes such a difference in the quality of life, particularly as all of us know as we struggle with the conflicting emotions with respect to development in our core areas, that the most important thing we can do is to enhance the quality of life for those who are living there now. And many of us have raised our hand for some period of time and said, actually, we don't have enough park space. And people have said, oh, really? Poor XYZ community, you don't have XYZ. Well, actually, we didn't have XYZ, and I think this analysis is going to demonstrate that. And that's true in Silver Spring, it is true in East County, it is true, as you say, and many of the places that have multifamily housing that don't have enough access to quality spaces that promote community. And it is that piece of it that you gave voice to, Chairman Anderson, that I think is so important, of promoting community, of places where people can come together. So I am hopeful that we're going to see that, obviously, at the core of Bethesda, where we've created that opportunity, and other places in Silver Spring as well, where we activate the spaces we do have. I saw briefly on the pilot that so much of the focus seems to be on creating new spaces, and it makes me nervous because it's like how much can we afford in creating new spaces? So I hope there will be a lot of focus on activating the spaces we have today, because you can activate them, as you observed, very inexpensively and creatively. I thought the dog yap thing was a terrific idea and really worked. And I'm one of these people that, having lived in the District of Columbia for a period of time and seeing DuPont Circle, we've had this conversation about chess tables and how around DuPont Circle you will see people gathered for hours, community created, just by virtue of the opportunity to play chess with a neighbor. And so it doesn't have to be big spaces to create community. So I'm a big fan of this movement and so supportive and grateful for your good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Elrich.
Yeah, this is really interesting, and it's nice not to have a reference to everything that's close to a downtown and say that's your park, to actually recognize that things have to be in the downtowns, not just nearby the downtown. Not everybody's driving to the Ag Reserve or driving to Wheaton Regional Park, and Wheaton Regional Park's at Wheaton, but it's effectively not there for most people in Wheaton on the level where you can actually get out of your apartment or house and walk to it. And I've always wondered why, we've not set aside land when we do development and basically pave. If you look at the pictures of Silver Spring, it's a pretty paved place. And, we had opportunities, I thought, in the past to leave some parcels aside and say these are important. And you go to any other city that's worth its salt, and you can go almost through any urban neighborhood and find yourself next to a park. And God forbid, some of these parks are a square block. And they serve a lot of people. We're never going to get back to being able to grab square blocks of parkland because we've gone beyond where that's possible now. But I think it's important to try to grab spaces. And I hope we continue to look at things that, things I saw in San Francisco the first time where they took out a bunch of parking and put in pop-up parks. And they were, they did use some parking spaces, but they also radically changed the feel of the sidewalk and the accessibility of that to the businesses around it. And I thought that was really useful. And then, being in downtown New York and seeing some radical changes on the street grid where lanes are gone and the decision was made that we're going to restore some life down there. And when you go there and you see the number of people walking and doing business and everything, you realize that was a really worthwhile investment, because the cars are still somehow getting around in New York, but it's a real radical change to the way the footprint is. And for a place that has a lot of parks to begin with, I was struck how even these additional things in New York seem to have a really nice organic feel to them. So I look forward to seeing this expand. I mean, I wish it weren't on a long time frame, because this is a lot of stuff that has a lot of value, and it'd be interesting to see how you design out, not just the target area. I recognize the boxes in Silver Spring, and it'd be interesting to see how this gets targeted out in other areas around the county that have potential for this. And frankly, maybe the more we do of that, the more we get to think about how other things fit, in the assumption that you would actually want to do this first, and then how does stuff fit around it, as opposed to hoping there's something left over at the end of the day that you can put a park in. So I think it's one of the most innovative things I've seen, and I recognize the price tag and the timeline, but it's certainly worth moving down this path.
My own question, how does this interact again with spaces that have been reserved in the development process as sort of public? It's kind of like this quasi-public-private space. It's a common site, a large building with some kind of
Right.
courtyard near the street that...
The POPs, the privately owned public spaces. There's a requirement of the zoning code in many of the CR zones. I'm not a planning expert from the planning department, but there is a requirement for a public open space. The one slide showed a picture of one that's in Silver Spring. That we have, and that has been a requirement for many years, and this will continue to be a requirement. The way that this plan interacts with that is that, let's say, this plan gets approved and there are a set of recommendations for the Silver Spring area. As you saw on those slides, one of the data points showed that active recreation is really what's missing in a large part of the Silver Spring CBD. Then that information can be used to inform the recreation guidelines, which are implemented by the planning department when a big development comes in. So when a developer comes in, they have a requirement under the zoning code to do a public space. They then will have guidance in the rec guidelines that's come out of this analysis saying, yes, you need to do that, but you need to focus on doing active recreation, because that's what we really need. We don't need necessarily another place where you can get your coffee, sit and read your phone. There's a million places to do that in downtown Silver Spring. We don't have a place where a kid can go play or an adult can go jog necessarily.
Well, and the nice thing about this methodology is that we did a little example we presented for the planning board. Is we took the case of the Blair's development. So we took all the demand on the full build-out of the Blairs, and we also took all the amenities that were approved to be a part of the Blairs. And then we run the two and we say, if this will happen today, would the Blairs redevelopment increase or decrease the existing lower level service? Thankfully, it decreased some of them. So that's sort of a visualization of the impact of development.
You meant increase? Thankfully.
Decrease the lower level services.
So,
It
we made some of the level of service squares go away.
Decreasing the shortage.
Right.
Yes.
Got it.
Sorry. So it is one of the other applications of the tool. And by doing that, we also can tell the developer, hey, if you provide what we are missing, you might actually get bonus points. And also, by the way, if you are located in an area where we have a lot of lower level service, no, you're not going to be able to maximize in our existing public facilities. So it's a good use of the tool.
Mm-hmm. And this is a big plan. It begins a new way of thinking and a new way of planning. Is any of this reflected in your budget for next year, or where are you in that?
Well, internally, we're talking about how to make sure that we can support and sustain urban park operations. So I've asked the staff to develop, it's not a master plan, it's going to be council, but more like an internal operations manual that will address things like sanitation, security, also partnerships and how we work with other groups like BUP, for example, for Yappy Hour. So because we're acutely aware that it's not an option to just sort of tack on this additional urban parks piece to all the other things we got going on. We have to figure out how to get this incorporated into the Parks Department in a way that is economically sustainable, that makes sense from a management point of view, that we can keep these things going. And that's one of the reasons why we're so excited to get going with BUP, because we wanted to prove, to ourselves and to everyone else that we can, in fact, work with third parties in order to have real partnerships where everybody's bringing resources to the table, so it doesn't all fall on the Parks Department. And so we'd be happy to talk to you more about that, but that'll primarily be sort of an inward-looking thing within the department to make sure we have our arms around all the things like
Does the level of
policing
effort funding end up going towards these kinds of initiatives, or?
Well, there certainly are pieces in there, like in the capital program, there is money for urban park elements, so we can add things like equipment that would be short of a giant park renovation. So we're not going to bring you a facility plan that says we're completely turning this park upside down and going to do something completely different. But we can incorporate things like chess tables or ping pong tables or basketball hoops or whatever the additional pieces that we think can make the park more attractive and useful and encourage more interaction, short of, please give us $5 million so we can make this park something completely different than it was before.
So there is the ability to begin to fund these through your existing budget categories.
Yes, but
to some degree,
To
but
some degree.
there is additional resources in both our capital and operating budget that are geared to advance this initiative.
Okay, so you also have
We will
additional
identify,
resources.
yes, we will identify clearly what those are.
Okay, seems like we have some more questions, but I think I'm going to advance the lights and hope for the best. Mr. Rice, okay.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for the presentation. And I just want to pick up where you guys just left off, because my question is around the potential when we see these new open spaces and being creative about public-private partnerships. And so that really hasn't been a part of the conversation to this point, but since we are talking about dollars and cents, let's talk about the fact that the county executive has sent over a savings plan that is asking for reductions from all departments of 2%, which over a 6-month period is more like 4% annualized. So from that perspective, I'm curious about how you see yourself being able to move forward with something like this that is incredibly exciting and I think needs to happen, but also within the reality of where we are fiscally. And so I'm curious as to whether that's been a part of the conversation, because I certainly see something like a private garage, not necessarily even our own county garages, but other garages that are out there that may potentially look to have a soccer field on the top of it or some sort of recreational activity, having a rooftop element, very similar to what we see at Viz Arts right here in Rockville, to a rooftop that also serves as a revenue generator. So a private entity would be interested in doing something like that. So has there been any of that conversation and that thought process to go in that direction instead of just relying solely upon taxpayer dollars?
Yeah, absolutely. And to pick up on something that Councilmember Eldridge said a minute ago, in the planning process, we're already incorporating some of these ideas. For example, the new Grosvenor plan, you probably didn't notice this because it was a minor detail and it wasn't in any way controversial, and the property owners were not opposed to it. Nobody was agitating to change it, but it's something that's worth highlighting. Next to that Metro garage, on the north side of the Metro garage, where there's no plan to put a new building, there is land available, and the planning board said, look, we want to make sure it's called out specifically in the plan. This should be an active recreation space, because Grosvenor, is sort of nestled in there right next to Rock Creek Park. So there's a lot of parkland there, but not a lot of active recreation space. In fact, no active recreation space now. It was a metro station that used to be a giant parking lot, and then there was some infill development. But, to Mr. Eldridge's point, it's not like 30 or 40 years ago anybody was thinking, oh, this is going to be a place where there's a lot of multifamily residential. So in order to deal with that, we didn't wait until some point in the future. Said as part of this master plan, we want to make sure that Five Squares is where they're obligated to incorporate this. You could fit a basketball court there. You could fit, shuffleboard or Jenga or some kind of, hardscape, small athletic court if you wanted to. We're going to talk to them about what that should look like when the development application comes through. But everybody is well aware and bought into the idea this is not just a piece of green space. This is a space that is going to have to be for active recreation. It's going to be activated. It's going to have the appropriate infrastructure so people can go out and get some exercise, not just go out there and enjoy nature, which is important, but that's something that's already in the vicinity and is not inaccessible right now. So we're already working towards, and that will be something that the development group will have to accommodate and build and operate, not something that the Parks Department is going to make that a new Montgomery County park.
So help me, has the Parks Department ever entered into a public-private partnership with an ITSE when it comes to operating recreation space, and if so, which ones are those?
Well, the soccerplex, obviously, is the big one.
Right.
But we have several. I mean, a lot of them are in Germantown. A lot of them, the Jack Shore tennis facility, Miracle Field. We have about 30 to somewhere between 30 to 40 active public-private partnerships in the system today.
And how have those been working for the Parks Department in terms of maintaining the space itself, as well as providing a resource for the community, as well as ensuring that Parks has some of its financial mitigation?
Aside from a few hiccups here and there over the decades, very, very well.
So it's something that I think we'd probably want to replicate throughout the rest of the county, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And to answer your question about the savings plan, I will be in front of Fed tomorrow. In addition to the 2% operating, we were asked to come up with $1.2 million in current revenue out of the CIP. Obviously, that isn't helpful towards this cause, and we'll outline that in Fed tomorrow. But of a broader concern, of course, is the county executive came out today with his capital budget. We haven't analyzed that yet, but we do have resources to advance this initiative in the capital budget, and we'll have to discuss that in addition with Fed in the budget sessions.
Thank you. Last word, Mr. Berliner.
Just very briefly, going back to the privately owned public spaces, I'm reminded of where the Safeway apparently is no longer going to be on Old Georgetown and Woodmont, right at the heart of Bethesda, and that public space there where Pancake House, et cetera, is. And there's so many of those that we actually got criticized, and our planners got criticized for allowing these to be public amenities because they feel so much like private spaces. And the activation of those spaces is all that's necessary, either the ping pong tables or some competition of some sort. And so it isn't as though we don't have resources or spaces. It's just they really have not been, in my judgment, activated in a way that allows the public to feel like it belongs to them as opposed to the private parties. So I do look forward to that piece in particular. Thank you.
Very good. Well, thank you for this, and we have a public hearing on this proposed master plan at 1:30 today, and the committee will take it up in due course, and we appreciate your on the 29th, and we appreciate your good work on the topic. Thank you very much. We're going to move into our next item, which is a discussion of the factors driving the cost of government. And this is the second time we've had this specific discussion. I believe the first time was 2 years ago, and it surfaced a lot of important considerations about our general fiscal situation in the county. And so in order to help the council and the community better understand those challenges, we've asked Mr. Sasker to review and present to us once again on this important topic. So, Mr. Sesker.
Thank you. In December, the Finance and OMB provided an update to the County Council indicating that there was a $78 million shortfall in FY18 income tax revenues, and further wrote down revenue projections for the entire 6-year period, FY18 to FY23, by $417 million. This is occurring at a time when, by all indications, the county's economy is doing well. Very well. Unemployment is at close to 3%, roughly where it was before the Great Recession began. All indications from survey-based analysis of the labor market indicate that that growth and improvement accelerated during the course of calendar year 17. And the county's fiscal house also is very much in order. We are one of 40 or so AAA jurisdictions in the nation, having the highest possible bond rating from all of the 3 major bond rating agencies. Obviously, it takes a great deal of work, and the County Council has spent a lot of time over the course of the last several years talking about the fiscal policies and adhering to the fiscal policies that have allowed us to maintain that rating over the course of more than 4 decades. At the same time, this revenue write-down has resulted in an FY18 savings plan that the county executive has transmitted. The council president, in light of that, asked for a briefing to provide context for those discussions. This is not the first such discussion that the council has had. The then Council President George Leventhal requested a similar briefing in November of 2015 in anticipation of a potential property tax increase above the charter limit, which did indeed come to pass in FY17. That briefing, as well as this one, built on the work of the Office of Legislative Oversight in their structural budget deficit reports from 2011. The memo in front of you is a summary memo. Each of the 4 major policy areas that we're exploring are explored in greater detail in the appendices that are attached at the back of the packet. The pressures on revenue, the impact of the fiscal policy choices that the council makes, the cost factors that are largely outside of the council's control, in particular the education budgets and debt service, as well as the costs that are more within the council's control. Those include the size of the workforce, the compensation and benefits provided to that workforce, as well as the scope of the services that the county provides to its residents. And in many areas, including the one in which we just had a briefing from the Parks Department, this county provides services that are among the best in the nation and that are highly valued by our residents as well as by our businesses in the community. So why are we experiencing fiscal pressure? There are a number of different factors that have gotten us to where we are today, and you all know those well. There are growing diversity of our population, growing density, relatively low inflation, healthcare costs increasing at a rate greater than inflation, decisions that have been made in the past following, for example, 4 years of great austerity in county budgets in which the county workforce did not receive general wage adjustments, and 3 years in which county workers did not receive step increases. Wages and salaries increased by more than 20% from the years FY14 to FY16, and that certainly is among one of the many factors that has contributed to where we are today, as well as a debt service budget that has grown along with our capital improvements program, obviously a very large and robust capital improvement program. But more importantly, what is it that the council can do to address the fiscal pressure that we're facing? In many areas, for example, in revenue, the county has very little fiscal room. We are already at 3.2%, the maximum rate allowed by law for the county to set its income tax rate. The charter limit constrains and limits the council's ability to increase property taxes above the charter limit, though periodically that is a relief valve that the council has gone to relieve fiscal pressure. Many of the other revenue sources that the county has are relatively minor. And whenever a significant amount of revenue is needed, the council is put into a position where they need to consider big increases in very small taxes. Fiscal pressures. The council certainly has some flexibility to make decisions with respect to the reserve and fiscal policies resolution commitments that it made several years ago. Pre-funding retiree health benefits is something that we're spending more than $120 million on this year, and more than we're spending on almost all county departments, and that's something that we'll be discussing. Our PAYGO commitment and our commitment to our maintaining our reserves and hitting the target levels in our reserves, I targeted at 9.4% for FY19, is something that requires, has a significant opportunity cost in the council's consideration of the operating budget. And so that leaves us again with these areas: the workforce size, compensation and benefits for the county employees and the agency employees, as well as the scope of services that we provide. Today, I'm going to talk just briefly about our revenue and run through some slides quickly about our revenue structure, and then turn it over to Mr. Tromka, who's going to walk us through a series of slides about the changes that have occurred within the community, some of the pressures that are facing us, and I am also joined by Mr. Howard, who's going to discuss the education budgets and the lack of flexibility that the county has within the education budget area, obviously such a large part of our overall operating expenditure. This slide illustrates that roughly 88% of our revenue is from property and income tax. So again, these other tax sources that the county has to go to are very, very small. The property tax is limited by the charter limit, which in and of itself is a 9-vote requirement to exceed the rate of inflation. So when inflation is low, and obviously in a maturing county, growth rates have slowed somewhat, that limits the amount of property tax growth that we have within any given year. Over the last several years, inflation has significantly undershot our targets, and that is a significant constraint on that revenue source. Income tax, as we'll discuss momentarily, is highly volatile, and all of the rest of these tax sources are minor. This slide, it just sort of illustrates the fact that our overall tax profile has changed relatively little over the last several years. You can see in FY11 a large increase in the size of the yellow, and that is, in fact, when the county and the county executive and the county council decided to increase rates on the fuel energy tax significantly in response to what was a budget crisis and shortfall of roughly $1 billion. Obviously, the county executive and county council have always taken whatever action is necessary to address the fiscal situation that we have. In that particular instance, the extraordinary action that was necessary was a very, very significant increase in the fuel energy tax. In FY11, the total amount of revenue from the fuel energy tax was roughly 10 times what it had been in FY03. It was increased between FY03 and FY04 in response to the fiscal pressure from the dot-com budget bubble bursting in the early aughts. But in FY10 and FY11, there was a significant revenue shortfall. The county executive, in fact, had to raise the fuel energy tax significantly during FY10 just to make sure that we closed out the year with a positive balance. That revenue then was decreased by the county council in 3 consecutive years by reducing rates by 10%, 10%, and 7%. So it is now 27% below where it would have been if there had been no actions taken to reduce it, but significantly above where it would have been had the county executive sunsetted the fuel energy tax, as he indicated that he would at the time that he sent that over. In fact, I believe $86 million is roughly the amount of revenue that we have in FY18 as a result of the increase in the fuel energy tax from FY11. Income tax volatility is obviously a fact of life, and it is the income tax volatility that resulted in the significant write-down in revenues that we're also concerned about right now, and is the primary driver of the and cause of the need for the FY18 savings plan. You can see here that there are many years in which income tax revenue has increased or decreased by 10% or more, and obviously that is a challenge for fiscal planning. And that is a problem that is not unique to Montgomery County within the state of Maryland, but certainly within the state of Maryland, Montgomery County is more affected by that than other jurisdictions. And the reason for that is that we are significantly dependent on the income tax revenue of a very small number of taxpayers. As I indicated to you, not only in the appendix to this report, but also in our discussion in December on the fiscal plan update, in years in which our income tax revenue is increasing, roughly 50% of that increase can be explained by the income tax revenue from our top filers with income tax with taxable income of greater than $500,000. In years in which it declines, 100% of that decline can be attributed to declines in income tax revenue from our top filers over $500,000. And illustrating that point very vividly in FY18, more than a quarter of the $78 million write-down in our FY18 income tax revenue is a result of the fact that at the end of calendar year 2016, many of our highest-end taxpayers did not realize many of the taxable capital gains that they often realize. And that resulted in our top 50 filers in calendar year 15 had taxable capital gains of $1.2 billion. That declined by 50% to $600 million in calendar year 16. That $600 million less in capital gains income for our top 50 filers resulted in a $21 million shortfall for Montgomery County. And in addition to all of the pressures related to our revenues, you can see here that, obviously there are several commitments that the county has made over the years to our fiscal policies that have resulted in the county being one of the strongest fiscal houses in the nation with AAA bond rating from all the major rating houses. In FY10, we drew down reserves significantly and we're left with very little there. But you can see the extraordinary amount of additions to reserves in FY11 and FY12 to build that amount of the reserve back up. Also, beginning in FY12, you can see the beginning of our commitment to pay-go at 10% of our general obligation bond issuances, as well as a renewed commitment to our OPEB contributions. Right now, Montgomery County is funding our OPEB obligations at 100%. Of the annual required contribution, but you can see that certainly, and this is the green part of the bar, FY16, FY17, those numbers remained relatively small. FY18, those numbers increased significantly. And that is in part a result of the fact that the workforce for MCPS and Montgomery College is living longer, and presumably when there's a new actuarial review of the county government employees, we'll find out that they're living longer as well. You can also see, that there have been years in which we've drawn down our reserves, but we're continuing to build those up. Our total commitment to these fiscal policy issues, is expected to be close to $250 million in FY18. Obviously, having these reserves, being on the trajectory that we're on, building up towards 10% of adjusted governmental revenues, is something that is going to enable us to weather the fiscal storm that we're currently facing. On the other hand, getting back up to the policy level, 9.4%, I believe it is, in FY19, that was established in the resolution in 2011, is something that's going to require significant additions to reserves, and that will present the council with some very difficult choices about the opportunity costs in developing the FY19 budget. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tromka, who's going to talk briefly about some of the other issues facing the county government and the changes that have occurred in the county and the relationship between those changes and the cost of government.
Thank you. And we're going to do a very high-level review. The data I'm about to show you is for tax-supporting operating expenditures, and this is going to be for all 4 agencies combined. And we're going to go back 15 years. We wanted to do a 15-year time frame from FY04 through FY18 because this shows you some of the different economic conditions that we had. It shows the rapid growth in the early 2000s. It shows the plateauing of spending in the recession, and then the recent years of recovery. And what you'll see here is that in this 15-year period, operating expenditures rose from about $2.6 billion in FY04 to about $4.77 billion in FY18, which, if you do the math, is about an 80% increase in that time frame, averaging about 4.3% increase a year, and that's even including the relatively stable years of the recession. But let's put these dollars into context. During the same time period, our population grew. The population grew by about 14% in this 15-year time period. So as this graph shows, what we did was we took the FY04 expenditures and we grew them at the same rate of population. And so had the county budget just grown at the rate of population, expenditures would have been a bit more than $3 million. But there's another factor. Cost of doing business changes. During this time period, the local inflation rate was about 2.4% annually, and so cumulatively it was 39% over the 15 years. So in this chart, the line shows that if FY04 expenditures grew at the same rate of inflation, then by FY18, total expenditures would have equaled about $3.7 billion, which is the number over at the right, which did not translate into the slide. But to be fair, we thought that it would best be compared to both the compounded rate of inflation, because the cost of money has increased, and our population has increased. So this slide combines the two, and this is a multiplicative effect. It's the compounded rate of population growth and inflation. And you'll see that that compounded rate of growth was 59% over the time frame. And compare that to the slide we showed you earlier that showed that the spending grew by about 80%. So we can see that our spending rate our expenditure rate has grown greater than the trends for population and inflation combined. But it's important to note that our community has also changed during the past 15 years, and we're going to give you a very small sample of some demographic and economic indicators. So, for example, we've mentioned that population growth was 14% during this time frame, and the number of households grew by 11%. But notably, and as you'll hear soon about the public schools, enrollment there grew much more rapidly, or a bit more rapidly than population, up 17%, driving a bit of the demand for school system. Excuse me. Also want to look at some economic indicators, and again, the context of this was the inflation rate was about 39%, so the cost of doing business of government has increased. There have been other important indicators that describe the changing economic state of our county. Over the past 15 years, the personal income has been up 77%, but thank you so much. But the percent of residents living below poverty level is up 44%. This is an important factor that affects the demand for our county services and can explain some of that expenditure growth that even exceeded population. Resident employment, an important factor for income tax generation, grew only by 7%. And the assessable tax base more than doubled, which would be an important factor for property tax. But as Jacob described, the constraints of the charter limit, we don't realize all that in revenues. Next, we'll look at how the government spends the dollars. And again, a very brief high-level overview. So where do these dollars go? You can see that half of the dollars or more go to MCPS. And this chart here excludes one important slice, and that's debt service. We're going to reintroduce debt service in a few minutes, but you can see where the dollars go by agency. Another high-level way of looking at where the dollars go is to see the comparison of personnel costs versus other operating expenses. And as you can see, 4 out of every $5, or 80% of agency spending, goes towards personnel costs. This includes salaries and wages, as well as employee and retiree benefit costs. And you'll note that county agencies are now spending more on benefit costs than they do on operating costs. So just a quick look of where these benefit costs are going. This fiscal year, county agencies will spend more than $1 billion on employee and retiree benefit costs. Employee group insurance, mostly health insurance, comprises 39% of this total. Retirement plans, 22%. The mandatory Social Security payment, 18%. And group insurance benefits for retirees, 21%. Now, since compensation, salary and benefits account for 4 out of every $5, we need to look at what these dollars are paying for, and what they're paying for is our workforce. So here's that 15-year trend, and this is showing FTEs, full-time equivalent positions, for all 4 county agencies. And you'll see, again, the effect of the recession in years 09 through 12. Where are the positions? Well, 2/3 of them are in MCPS, as you're aware. So this is a good time, while we're talking about MCPS and the size of their workforce, to turn it over to Craig, who will discuss MCPS in the context of the overall aggregate operating budget.
So I'm going to just use this last slide as kind of a jumping off point to briefly mention one of the factors in the cost of government that's largely outside the county's control, and that's the maintenance of effort. We have much more information about MOE and the education agency spending in the packet attachments. But as you know, the state MOE law requires the county to fund MCPS at the same amount per pupil as the prior year. So any increase to the county contribution of new dollars above MOE adds to this base calculation for the next year and cannot be reduced in the future absent a waiver. Since MOE is a per pupil amount, the total funding level does adjust according to enrollment changes, and that occurs even if we maintain the same per pupil level funding. And as we saw from the demographic indicators slide, MCPS enrollment increased 17% from FY04 to FY18. MOE for Montgomery College is slightly different in that it requires the county to provide the same amount of local funding as in the previous year, but does not adjust for enrollment. And unlike MCPS, college enrollment has fluctuated, with large increases during the recession years, followed by decreases in recent years. So while there are many, many factors that go into the decisions that the council makes to the level of funding they want to provide to the education agencies, the net effect of the MOE laws as they relate to the cost of government is to essentially lock in a portion of the workforce, compensation, and employee benefit costs Aaron just went through, and limits the flexibility of the county to impact these cost drivers going forward, particularly since the education agencies combine to make up such a large portion of the total workforce and the total operating budget.
So this presentation has been focusing on operating, not capital expenditures, but it's important to note that the funds to pay back the CIP debt are drawn from the operating budget. So we're going to conclude this presentation by looking at debt service trends. Here's the history over the same 15-year time period, and you'll see a steady pattern of growth with actually not that much of a downturn during the recession. Over this 15-year period, debt service has more than doubled. So we did the same comparison that we did with expenditures here, and this slide goes directly to the compounded effect of population and inflation growth. And you'll see that debt service payments have grown at a much more rapid rate than population and inflation. Currently, it's about $100 million greater than it would have been if it just grew from FY04 tracked towards those two factors of growth of population and inflation. We'll return to the pie chart that we showed you before about where the dollars go. We first showed you excluding debt service, and now this shows you including debt service. And you'll see that debt service consumes about the same amount of dollars as the college and park and planning combined. And one last slide. Here again is the historic data, but we left room on the right to show you where we anticipate debt service growing in the future, and this data is taken from the fiscal plan. Now, you'll note that the council SAG decision last fall adjusted GO bond borrowing levels, and that should slow the rate of growth, but the largest effects of those decisions will probably be more evident beyond the 6-year CIP time horizon. With that, I'll turn it back to Jacob.
Great. Obviously, there are several new pieces of information that the council is going to get over the course of the next several weeks. As we speak right now, the county executive is releasing his CIP this year. The governor's budget is coming out. Our February income tax distribution is one of the most important income tax distributions of the year, and is obviously a significant piece of information this year, which will either validate or provide some additional detail with respect to the distribution that we got in November that was so disappointing. The changes that are likely to the federal income tax law that are likely to affect county government and state government are still unknown, though we're expecting a report from the controller at some point over the course of the next 1 to 2 weeks, and obviously more information at the state level with respect to revenues as they begin their deliberations on the budget. There are also other things as well that may happen over the course of this spring. In FY19, the county is anticipating beginning the Wynn case repayments. As you all recall, in the Wynn versus Controller case, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled 5-4 that the county income tax system in Maryland was unconstitutional. And as a result, not only did the county lose $30 million roughly every year in ongoing revenue loss to people who were receiving income from other jurisdictions, but also is required to begin repaying some people who filed protected claims during the window that was required there. In FY19, that would be an additional $13.7 million estimated on top of the $30 million lost, and that would go up to close to $30 million in the following 2 years. Whether or not something is done or anything is done that affects those obligations during the time that the state legislature is in session this year remains to be seen. With that, I know that there's a lot of information in the packet, and much of it will be relevant throughout the course of the spring. I know that myself, Mr. Tromka, and Mr. Howard are happy to answer any questions that you all might have this morning, or at some point over the course of the next few weeks.
Thank you. Having just vented privately to my colleagues, I can say this is very sobering, and it's another indication of the times that we're in, and the reality that we can't do everything we would like to be able to do, and that it's going to, when you look down the road, you have to expect that with so much of our new resources continuing to go into major savings programs, there's just, the ability with which you can add new programs and services is not what it used to be a decade ago, and new initiatives come more slowly, and they come with smaller scope, and this is a challenging picture that we've seen here today. We will continue through some discussion. So first up, Nancy Florine.
Thank you. Yeah, it is interesting conversation. But I have a perennial question, and I find it annoying. And I want to make sure I understand this correctly. If you could return to slide 6, that's the fiscal policy expenditures. I think it's 6. There you go. So, of these dollars, we use the pay-go to spend, but we don't use the OPEB or the contribution to reserves particularly, because that's those are numbers that we have in being careful about being responsible both for contingencies and future obligations, right?
Right. They're among the many expenditures in the county budget that reflect both our commitment to set aside money for known commitments in the future, as well as to reserve money for unknown contingencies.
Obligations in the future that are, especially for OPEB, it's really something that someone has calculated based on our demographic of employment as to what likely are to be likely claims on us, right?
Right.
So, but what is the total number, like in our reserves right now, in OPEB right now? Not the contribution that we put in every year, but it all adds up, right? So we talk about the annual contribution to get to our aim is 10%. Same for OPEB. It has there's a calculation. Do you know how much we have in those accounts? Or, at some point, if you can get back to us on that.
Yeah, I mean, with respect to the reserves, what we know is that we began FY18 with a combined $423 million in reserves, and we're expecting to end FY18 with $457 million in reserves.
So that's the total in that pot.
Right, and that's what we had expected. Now, obviously, this year, FY18 and FY19 is a great example of why we have the reserve, because we're expecting to draw down significantly from the reserves to make up for the revenue shortfall in income tax and other revenue sources that appear to be soft during the first half of the year.
So that will keep us going at the basic. So we think we're going to draw down a lot of the reserves?
In the December update, Finance and OMB estimated that rather than putting $6 million into the unrestricted general fund reserves, we would take out 103. So that's roughly a $110 million difference. $110 million being explained roughly more or less by the $95 million write-down in FY18 revenues, as well as an additional $15 million that they have included in a set-aside for supplemental appropriations in the event that, for example, we get a foot of snow.
So that's cutting into the 427 or so, roughly, whatever it is.
Right. In December, their projection was that we would end FY18 with $347 million rather than the $457 that they had expected us to end FY18 with. With respect to OPEB, I can get back to you with those numbers. I don't have that.
So for the reserve issue, that will be a big challenge for the council in terms of how we address that issue when we finalize the budget. Right.
Right.
Whether we fill that back up or how we handle that.
Right. Based on the policy resolution that the council adopted in 2011, the target for FY19 is 9.4% to get to our FY20 target of 10%. To get to 9.4% is going to require significant additions to reserves.
So,
obviously,
which would require significant reductions to spending.
That's correct.
Right. Yeah. And then on the OPEB front, you'll just let us know what the number is. I just don't have any sense. I know we make an annual contribution. I know that there must be probably annual drawdowns on all that. But as I recall, we're one of the few places in the country that fully funds OPEB.
Right.
As I recall, does the state do it at all?
The state has not pre-funded their OPEB in recent years.
They have not been thrown in jail yet.
We are in a much better position than many local jurisdictions are. And we have the total number that we provide to the GO committee each year.
So they're waiting to shift it to us, right?
we do have that number.
This is the problem, yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Farber?
Yeah, the consolidated OPEB trust for the county government, the schools, and the college now totals nearly $1 billion. We've been building it up very slowly, and as you recall, during the recession, we contributed nothing to it, and it started only in 2008. So we've made great progress. We do make our annual required contribution, and we now have nearly $1 billion. Our county pension fund is approaching $5 billion. We have a long way to go with the OPEB fund.
But the OPEB fund, if I could just continue that, so that is designed to serve all really current and former employees of any agency within Montgomery County.
Yes, it's for
until they pass on.
Right. Park and Planning is bi-county and therefore has its own, so does WSSC. But the other agencies, the county government, the schools, and the college, are in our consolidated trust.
Okay, thank you.
And now I'll turn to Nancy Navarro, Chair of our Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate this overview. And, I really believe that it's going to be critical for us to have more of these conversations on an ongoing basis, and perhaps we can do some of it in NGO and then some to the full council. Because for me, as I'm looking at this, and of course we had a lot of this conversation before during the recession, a lot of it was driven by the urgency of addressing some of these issues structurally, and we did. I mean, we rebased the school system's budget. We, modified benefits. I mean, we did a lot of structural things that were very important. This seems like a totally sort of new challenge, and I look at some of what I would consider sort of fixed in a way pressure. So I look at the percentage change of residents below poverty level. Well, that's a pretty big undertaking that we're going to have to grapple with. It's not an easy fix, not something we can fix overnight. It requires, all of this attention to education and job creation and all of these things. And so I'm looking at that, and then hearing talk about the Wynn case and the federal government, that service, we haven't even spoken about the fact that we might have a very big hit with the TPS and DACA decision, because Montgomery County has like half of all the TPS recipients in the state who are people that have businesses, jobs, et cetera. So that's another hit for us to consider. And so I think that, it is going to be so critical now in this sort of phase that we're going into this year with a lot of leadership changes to begin to talk about a comprehensive really plan for how are we going to manage all of these pressures. I believe that we need to engage our Economic Development Corporation. We have to have these kinds of conversations with our delegation, WorkSource Montgomery. I mean, all of us sort of figuring out, all right, where are we taking Montgomery County? Because unless we make some drastic decisions regarding reserves and all of that, which I don't support, because I do believe that that's part of what we need to preserve if we're going to have a stable fiscal picture. I feel like there has to be sort of a new blueprint for where we're going with a lot of this. So, it's a new day. I mean, trying to somehow predict what the federal government is going to do, what Congress is going to do, what the president is going to do on a daily basis, it's in itself a big task. And so how that, will that affect us? I think more than ever, we need to figure out. It is kind of interesting because I felt pretty good that we had done so much work during the recession to get us to a pretty good place. And you started, Mr. Sesker, by highlighting all of the positive indicators. And now here we are with sort of a new set of circumstances. So we'll talk about how perhaps we can break down certain pieces. This is a lot, but how we can start breaking down some of those pieces, and then hopefully that can guide us in our decision making, because this savings plan is coming at us fast and furious. Then we get into budget, right? And we're kind of dealing with it from that perspective of each particular department, program, et cetera. Big picture is important. And I feel like it's time to do that again. So I don't know if you have any thoughts about all of this. And again, this TPS issue is an important one for us, because that will have a significant impact in our income tax and some of those other types of revenues that wasn't included in here.
Right. You just made several great points. I just want to highlight a couple things. Number one, an immutable thing is that we're at this point we're a mature inner ring suburb, and the pace of growth has slowed somewhat, and that's true here. It's true in Fairfax County. It's true in a lot of other places. Another immutable fact is that we're significantly more diverse as a population, and we have a very different set of expectations and needs in the community that need to be met. Many of the needs that need to be met on the workforce level, for example, healthcare, those costs are increasing at a rate that's significantly greater than inflation. Right. But our property tax revenue only grows at the rate of inflation, except when 9 council members vote to exceed it. Income tax revenue is, as we've discussed, not something that we can count on every year. From time to time, there are great bounties, as there was, a few years ago during the fiscal cliff period, when all of a sudden income tax revenue came in well above where it was expected to come in. In the absence of that, the council has relatively few tools that it itself can use, but yet it always has used whatever tools are available to them. But it has relatively few levers that it can pull to get additional revenue. property tax revenue above the charter limit as occurred in FY17 and before that in FY9 and at other times in the past, as well as relatively large increases to relatively small revenue streams with constituencies like the fuel energy tax, for example, which was something that the council spent a lot of time explaining and a lot of time responding to and a lot of effort in trying to reduce some of the impact of that big increase in FY11. So there are relatively few tools, but as we discussed, one of the other tools is the size of the workforce, compensation and benefits. This council did a great deal of work during the period after following the Great Recession to both restrain the size of the county's workforce, and there are some tables at the back of the last appendix that show the different periods, the workforce growth by agency during both the FY04 to FY11 period and the FY11 to FY18 period, as well as I mentioned earlier, the sort of unprecedented period, 4-year period in which there were no general wage adjustments and 3-year period in which there were no step increases for county government employees. All of those things were obviously very difficult decisions for the council and put us in a great position to come out of the recession, but other factors have begun to affect us at this point, and we're now looking for the tools to address those issues.
Yeah, but the challenge is going to be that as we noticed, even though we looked at the population growth, we looked at MCPS particularly how much it has grown. Obviously, for example, in MCPS, everything is driven by staff, right? If we're going to deliver the quality of education, is all driven by staff. So this notion of how the workforce has grown, it's important for also residents to understand that this issue of MCPS is a really critical one in terms of looking at the rate of growth, and you have to deliver that education. And I guess what I'm interested in is how do we also, how can we explore different connections regarding the assets that we already have out there in the county? If we have focused on some redevelopment projects, for me it's been important to focus on the Mid and East County in terms of job and amenities and things like that. Now that we sort of set the stage, how can we best also make sure that this is occurring much faster? We heard Park and Planning talk about activating parks and their grid and everything. I'm really interested in how we use that type of data also to figure out, where do we see those gaps in jobs and amenities, throughout the county, and then be a lot more strategic about this. These are the kinds of conversations that I'm thinking now we need to get down to that granular level and see what role we can play to ensure that we are providing, those opportunities for jobs to come to some parts of the county or all parts of the county, really. How can we incentivize those types of things? Because it's not just about, we can explore reduction in staff and things like that, but it's also about how do we incentivize and stimulate job creation, et cetera, throughout the county, not just in the usual areas, but all throughout. I believe it's time we start connecting all those dots as well. So hopefully we can continue that kind of conversation. But to me, it's critical that we get there as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Leventhal.
Thanks. I think these briefings are extremely important, and I'm glad that we're doing it now in advance of the in-depth discussion of the savings plan and in advance of the in-depth discussion of the budget. Mr. President, you've got a heck of a year ahead of you, a heck of a spring ahead of you. We're in an environment where there are short-term rewards for elected officials to showboat. And it will be a challenge for us as a body when 8 of us have our names on the ballot to refrain from showboating and to try to work through, as we have in most years, this very challenging fiscal proposition. Cuts are going to be made, and people are going to get mad at us, and they're going to threaten us politically. Employee organizations are going to be very difficult, right in the midst of a period of time when groups with interests in the budget have maximum political leverage. Our revenues are way, way down. And I'm just one council member. And obviously I'm seeking credit and attention for my work, as we all do. I personally will not criticize any council member who proposes reduced spending on anything. I'm just speaking for myself here. I will defend things that I feel strongly about, and I may propose increases in the overall context of a very large budget. But even with respect to council members with whom I'm in competition, if a council member proposes restraining spending, I personally will not criticize that council member. And I just make that pledge. I hope, as we have in the past, look, I respect every person at this dais. We all have so much in common. And we all struggle hard to get here, and we have the great honor of serving here, and we've been able to help a lot of people, and we have slightly different priorities, and that's what makes the legislative process work. We come here and we defend those things that we feel strongly about, and depending on our interests and our philosophy and our committee assignments, we jostle sometimes for which priorities get funded. And I've always said that things look brighter in May than they do in March through a process of reasoning through the budget and through superb assistance from staff, both in the legislative branch and the executive branch. We always manage to balance the budget, and we will do it again this year. But the political pressure makes every fourth year unique. And it's especially intense when council members are competing with each other for higher office, as three of us are. So I just say that anyone who calls for restraining spending will not be criticized for it by Councilmember Leventhal.
Well said, Mr. Leventhal. Appreciate that. Mr. Elrich.
A couple of things. One is, I don't find this presentation so surprising because it seems like I actually feel like I'm having deja vu. I mean, we could see these numbers coming for a while. This isn't like some new revelation of what was down the road. This has been down the road for a while. We made a decision to restrain bond spending. Was only last month. It seems so long ago, because we were faced with could we continue to pile on debt service, and then I don't think it was a bad thing on by and large what we spent the money on, because we need the schools. There's no way you deal with overcrowding without spending capital to provide facilities. Those things cost money. But we made a decision that we were going to somewhat restrain how much we spent. I think the council has done pretty much a good job over a long stretch of time living within the box. I don't think it's an accomplishment to have a balanced budget because you don't have a choice. I'm not going to take credit for balancing a budget at the end of this year because we never produce an unbalanced budget. We have to come in with a balanced budget. So this, I expect no different this year. I think the council has made decisions on cuts and restraints before, and I hope we continue to hold to trying to do the least amount of harm with our decisions. I mean, not all cuts are equal. Some cuts have more consequences for the people we serve than other cuts, and that's the challenge of this job, is figuring out what are the least painful ways we can go about managing what I think are at least this year's declining resources. But I would like in the long term to go, I don't know where Nancy was going to go with what you were talking about, but we really do need a discussion about how much we need to put away. I mean, I was struck when, Steve says we've got $1 billion, and I'm thinking, well, that number seems to be growing, and we're paying out retirements every year. So how big does that have to be if you continue to put money back into it in order to be assured that you're always going to be able to pay out retirements? I mean, it's not clear to me that 100% funding is a place you actually need to be at. And given the fact that there's a whole bunch of people, not to mention about the state, which somebody else did mention, that aren't even close to where we're talking about going. So I do think it's worthwhile having a discussion, at what levels, and it would be good to see, what are your projected payouts? Is there something we're not seeing that you have to have $1 billion sitting in the bank to handle because you couldn't possibly handle it in a year, and it's not shown, we just don't see it in the course of these discussions? Is there a retirement bomb waiting to go off that we don't know about? And so, people are anticipating that there's going to be this sudden draw on retirement that we haven't experienced up to now. I don't know the answer to that, so I'm not criticizing it. I just think we've got to have a discussion about that, and we ought to bring in, some other points of view about how much is the right amount of funding for this. But I keep telling residents that who do not understand with our rising revenues why, A, we haven't restored services, why we're not, just attacking the street problem mess that we have, among other things. And you keep telling them, well, I'm putting all this money into these accounts that we didn't used to put money into before. We could have restored all the budget cuts that we ever made if we had not taken the path of increasing OPEB and the other retirement. But we did that, and there were reasons for going higher in the reserves. There were reasons for doing what we did. I'd be the first person to say that our experience when everything collapsed says that 5% was too low in reserves. But because 5% was clearly too low, it doesn't mean that 10% is just right. And I'm, really interested in trying to struggle with this issue of what is the right percent of any of these reserve funds. And I think that warrants a really, serious discussion. We get the actuarial discussions. I've sat through this before, but it's not an analysis. It's just them telling us their take. But I don't think there's a lot of, firm analysis behind it. I've had people, compare our reserves, and they say, yeah, your reserves are just like some other jurisdictions. And then I find out that some of the jurisdictions have a single tax source. Well, I might want to have higher reserves if I only had a single tax source because I'm really vulnerable. But if I've got multiple tax sources, maybe that's an argument for trying to achieve different levels. So I'll just lobby that we have a real serious discussion, and we try to have that discussion in the context of this budget to the extent that it's possible, because before we go doing a lot of damage to things that I think people look to us, and I don't say this in the political sense, like this is the year we ought to do it, but because people actually depend on these things. Class size is a real thing. It's not something that's a political issue every 4 years. The services we provide to folks, who are in the safety net, that's something, that we challenge ourselves every year. I sit on the Public Safety Committee. We have pushed really hard on little things like not pushing response times in some parts of the county into levels that people said were unsafe. I mean, you bet I'm going to push back against cuts that require me to say, yeah, it's okay to have an unsafe response time in this area because that's just the budget. Now, so there's a lot of reasons for not just saying, let's just take the cutting way out. I mean, I think we ought to have an honest discussion about these reserves, and we ought to have, at the end of the day, an honest discussion with the rating agencies about why whatever decision we make is made rationally. I mean, I think, what they're looking for more than anything is some understanding of our reasoning behind what we do. And if we wind up making somewhat different decisions than the path we got on, we better be able to explain to people why we did it and why we think it's a sound decision. So I'm not prejudging an outcome, but I do want a discussion that opens up a full range of things for us to talk about. I mean, I think that's just critically important. And I last thing I'll say is, I wish we would stop talking about MOE as a curse. I mean, I get that it drives additional spending, but without that, if we had the option, what would the likelihood be that we would not meet the need for the classrooms or the teachers that rising enrollment makes? I mean, it's a factor that drives us toward, meeting what I think are really serious challenges. I mean, you can't talk about the workforce of the future and then be soft on providing either classroom space or the teachers to produce that workforce. So I know that it makes life more difficult, but I don't view it as the end of the world. And it's just something that we have to deal with.
Thank you, Mr. Elwich. I think it would be helpful perhaps when the relevant information is coming to the GEO committee, we could have more information from staff about the 10% council policy and how we compare to peer jurisdictions. I know, frankly, this is a discussion we have more or less every year, but it would be beneficial to bring it forward yet again and help provide transparency to that. And is that something we could do?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, every year we do have a discussion about it. The rating agencies, when they rate the county's debt, are always benchmarking us against other communities. We're benchmarking ourselves against other communities, and that information is information that has been shared with the council in the past, and I'd be happy to do so again at the GEO committee at some point soon. Obviously, one of the other issues that the rating agencies always look at is the county's commitment to its own policy resolutions.
Right.
And it's not necessarily that there's a magic number. It's that when the council has established a number, the council has made every commitment, and that this county has made every commitment to hit those targets.
Now, as far as OPEB, it's my understanding the purpose is to get to a fund that can pay its benefits from its assets, essentially. That's the long-term vision, right? But where are we in that? And anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Farber?
Yeah, just very briefly, I think Mr. Elrich's points are, of course, extremely important, and the GEO committee and the council has explored them consistently over the years. With regard to OPEB, or retiree health benefits, we are currently less than 25% funded. We're in much better shape than many other jurisdictions, but we are still less than 25% funded. By contrast, our pension fund is more than 90% funded. So you can see we really have a long way to go to meet the obligations, the promises that we have already made. And that's really the nub of the problem. We have made these commitments, and we've got to keep them.
Sure,
This comment.
Mr. Elrich.
So you've been dealing with these numbers a long time. I won't hold you to committing everything to memory. But could you tell us what the inflow and the outflow is to OPEB, for example? How much, to meet this requirement, we're only 25% funded. Is that fund continuing to grow? And is money coming out faster than it's going in, or the reverse?
Right. Well, actually, right now, the OPEB fund is only growing. And that's because we are not drawing on it the way we are drawing on our pension fund to pay benefits. And we need it to get much larger so that we can pay off the obligations that we have in the future. But right now, and Mr. Howard is our expert on this subject, we have a combination of money in the operating budget for all agencies' retiree health benefits, and we have the OPEB fund to pre-fund future benefits. But we're not drawing on any of the OPEB money right now, and we can't until we have built up a bigger corpus in the fund.
And this is looking down the road at a time when those expenses have grown substantially due to the aging of the population and the health expenses of that population. And if we don't do this, then we're unable to pay for class size reduction 20 years from now. It's a classic trade-off between today and tomorrow. So we will get more information about the 10% again and make sure that is public. I continue to get inquiries about that. There isn't really an awareness, I think, outside of our group about, the peer group, where we sit in relation to our peers. And so I think that'll be helpful to bring back forward. And as far as the reserve, we are starting off in the hole because we've had to draw from that reserve for this shortfall. Is that correct? Basically, the shortfall is a real shortfall of cash, and so we're pulling from the reserve to how explain the relationship here, Mr. Sesker.
Yeah. As I indicated earlier, the amount when Finance updated the fiscal plan in December and briefed the council, that fiscal plan update indicated that they were, while they had previously expected to end, we had previously expected to end FY18 with a $457 million in combined. This is the unrestricted general fund reserve as well as the revenue stabilization fund. $457 million was the combined balance at the end of FY18. They're now expecting that balance at the end of FY18 to be $347 million. So rather than hitting the 8.9% policy target, that would put us at the end of this year at 6.9%. So obviously, climbing back out of that hole requires significant additions to reserves in FY19. And those additions to reserves are going to limit the county's flexibility in putting together an FY19 budget that provides the services that the community needs and expects.
Which is why the savings plan that we're moving into today is so urgent, because every penny we can claim in this current year's budget saves the same amount of money from what we have to set aside for next year shortly, and moves us that much closer. So we could be in a situation where every new penny we have is actually going into the reserve, and there is not a penny for meeting MOE or meeting any other new dollar increase over last year. I mean, we don't know yet what the February distribution will hold, but Mr. Katz.
Thank you very much. And first off, thank you very, very much for a very informative packet. This packet is really terrific. It really is. And much of what has been said I do agree with, but I got confused, Steve, just a few minutes ago about the OPEB reserve, the other post-employment benefits reserve. You're saying that 25% is funded. Is that so? So 75% comes from the operating budget. What does that mean? What does 25% funded mean?
What that means is that as our actuaries determine our obligations over time, we currently have in the approximately $1 billion in the OPEB trust fund,
right,
about 25% of the assets required to meet those future obligations. Now, as far as this year and the coming year, what the budget will include for retiree health benefits for all agencies will come directly out of the operating budget. And the obligation it's like our pension fund. We have pre-funded that over the years so that we could pay obligations that are due now, and we're drawing every year on the pension fund in order to pay people's pensions. We started, as I mentioned, with the OPEB fund only in 2008. And then when the Great Recession hit, instead of putting money into it, we were able to put nothing into it. In fiscal 11, I believe we were supposed to put $148 million into that fund. We put in nothing, and that was because of the Great Recession. Well, we've made a great improvement since then, but we're still far short of what our obligation is in terms of the future benefits that have been promised to people. Now, we're well ahead of many other jurisdictions. This is an area where the state of Maryland, as I believe you mentioned, Jacob and Craig, have done nothing. They have contributed nothing. And we contribute substantially every year and have met our annual required obligation. But it is a slow process to build up. And we have to get there.
But to the point of they've contributed nothing, so everything that they pay out for their post-employment is coming every year from their budget of that year? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and actually the same is true for us right now because we can handle it. The whole purpose of having a pension fund or a retiree health benefits fund is that down the road you won't be able to pay for it every year without bankrupting your budget.
That's the concern. I understood that part. I just didn't understand the other part. But now, when we get to the bond reserves, does the rating agencies take into account that you have the OPEB reserves and these other reserves?
Right. Those are among the things that are cited every year when we receive the ratings, as proof of Montgomery County's fiscal strength and commitment.
You
to its
need
fiscal
a
policies.
smaller reserve for the bond rating agencies because you have those reserves?
I don't think that they view those as interchangeable. But I do think that, obviously the amount that we're putting into pre-funding for our OPEB obligations is something that they view very much as a positive.
Councilman Burkett, I recently had an opportunity to review the Moody's scoring system for how they do that. And two of their factors have to do with pension set aside and OPEB set aside, and those are separate and independent from their review of reserves. And they do not see them as interacted, at least in their quantitative scorecard. We know there is some subjectivity to it, but the way they quantify their scorecard, they're
They're looking strictly. And does the state of Maryland, what is their bond rating? Do you know?
It's AAA.
It is still AAA.
Yes, and it is quite surprising to some observers.
Surprising to me right now.
Because they have really ignored their OPEB obligations for the last 5 or 6 years entirely. However, their overall fiscal policies are very strong. And for that reason, they've been able to maintain a AAA bond rating, but they have shortchanged their OPEB or retiree health obligations very seriously.
Well, and I guess it gets to the point that AAA bond ratings save you money. I mean, you have a lower interest, and it's substantial whenever the bond rating goes other places. So that's something that's very necessary. Part of the problem that we all are having, obviously, is that everything we have is tied to inflation. Property tax is tied to inflation, and we have a growing population. You have growing needs, and when inflation was low for the property taxes, which is a substantial part of our income, our revenue, that it becomes a huge problem. Recordation taxes, very volatile. I mean, everything we're touching, income tax is very volatile. Everything we're touching is with a growing population, with growing needs, and you're going to have less of a revenue. And obviously, economic development is a huge, huge factor for not just our government, but everybody else, our county. But just because you create a job here doesn't necessarily mean that you're creating your income tax to go up. Because if somebody else, if they're living in Frederick County or they're living in Virginia, I mean, we're glad to have the jobs here, but we're not getting that income tax. I'm correct on that, right?
That's correct. What matters most for Montgomery County income tax is where people reside.
I mean, somebody can live in Virginia and also living in Montgomery County, and we're getting that money. I mean,
right.
So, if it works one way, it should work the other. But I think those are parts of the problem that we're dealing with, and that's why housing becomes an extremely important part of our factor, because if we can provide housing where someone can afford to live and be living here, then they're going to get their tax dollars. And when you have overcrowding in schools, the only way you can avoid that or to change that is to hire more teachers or what. I mean, we're in a system where that's what we need to be doing, and then for the same thing for public safety. If you have a public safety concern, you can't say, well, we're not going to hire more people. You have to hire more people. So we're in those kind of a very it's factors that many times are beyond us, and that's why. And of course, I've been beating this drum for a long time about the debt service. Debt service is going to engulf this county if we're not careful. I mean, and that's why, and we're working on it. I mean, we're sitting on go, and we're doing our best to get there and trying to have the right formula, the right blueprint. But that is something that we cannot turn our backs on, because if we do, it's going to be to get to the point that we have no income that we can actually spend beyond the maintenance of effort, beyond everything else. So, this is not easy times, but we need to be continuing to have these types of discussions so that we can get back to where we need to be. But I sincerely appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you. Mr. Rice.
Thank you very much, Council President, and thank you for this presentation. I'm going to start off where I left off last time we had this presentation, is with wonderment. I'm still trying to understand how our unemployment rate is lower than the state's average. Our median income is higher than the state's average. Our property tax revenue is higher than the state's average in terms of percentage that we get. But yet we find ourselves with a revenue shortfall that's larger than the entire state of Maryland. I mean, I'm just reading here that the Board of Revenue Estimates said that their shortfall is $92 million. Whereas we're saying we're at 120. So as an entire state, their revenue shortfall is less than ours. Now, I understand that we've talked a lot about capital gains, but I still go back to what the county executive said was the primary driving factor, which was extensions being filed for taxes. And everyone knows that extensions means that you're just delaying payment. That doesn't mean that we're not going to get paid or we're not going to reap the benefits from that. And so I'm wondering, is there going to be a time certain? It was kind of what Councilmember Katz was alluding to in terms of his questioning. Is there going to be a time certain when we'll actually know what these numbers are, when we truly will know what our shortfall is, and when is that date going to be versus just some sort of contemplation that we somehow have a shortfall? If somebody could answer that question for me.
Well, a couple of things. So number one, with respect to the specific question that you asked the Finance Department in our December briefing, I've received a written response from them over I think on Friday evening, which I have yet to share with you, so I'll share that with you. And I know that they're anxious to sit down with you one-on-one, as they indicated in December that they would be, to discuss your specific concerns with you. Beyond that, obviously we have several different points soon when we're looking to get additional information. The February income tax distribution is going to be a big piece of information. That's likely to happen on February 18th, and that'll, as I indicated before, give us a good sense as to how much we should take from our November income tax distribution and extrapolate for the rest of this year. Mr. Francho, as I indicated, also is likely to provide an update with respect to what he believes the impact of the federal tax bill is going to be. We'll receive additional updates from the board revenue estimates. I think an additional fact to consider is that there's a lag between when the county benefits from income tax revenue that comes in and when the state sees that income tax revenue. And so it may very well be that the county and the state are experiencing slightly different cash flows at different times. If the state's situation is more positive than the county's right now, then that certainly is, may indicate reason for optimism in November of 2018. But obviously, November of 2018 is too late for the FY19 budget. In addition, with respect to the impact of the federal tax law, Governor Hogan recently made his own statements about his desire to his belief that both the state and the counties will benefit significantly from changes to federal income tax law, and he would like to distribute that to Maryland taxpayers to the extent that there is such a benefit to Montgomery County. And obviously, there's no human on earth has, I think, at this point, enough information to say that with certainty. The benefit to Montgomery County would come later than it would come to the state. So if the state is seeing a benefit in FY19 and FY20 from changes to federal income tax law, then all things being equal, it would stand to reason that the county would see some benefit in FY20 and FY21. FY20 and FY21 is like it's a political eternity from now for those people who need to deal with operating budgets on an annual basis and the growing needs of a growing community.
Mr. Sesker, you bring about some incredibly important points. My only concern is that we find ourselves kind of operating in a vacuum to where we really don't know what's happening outside that can truly shape. And so, we're underway trying to address something that will have better information in a few weeks, but yet we're asked to make a decision that has huge implications. And one of the things that Council Vice President Navarro highlighted is that we're making strides in a lot of areas. And when it comes to serving our populations who need the most, that's really where a lot of my concern lies. And so from that perspective, for us to say that we're then looking at reductions in some of those areas where we've seen positive growth in terms of objectives that we've tasked various departments within this county, various agencies to do to further the overall mission of Montgomery is quite concerning when we don't have that real data with which to utilize. I mean, if we had it on paper and it said, we have XYZ, and this is the amount of money that we're short, I'm sure that you'd have 9 of us here that would say, let's raise our hands and move forward with doing whatever we need to. In fact, we've done it numerous times. As Council Vice President Navarro said, we rebased the school system, something that was an incredibly contentious and difficult decision to do. Half of our budget, but we did it because we knew we had to. In this case, it feels to me as though we're doing something because someone's saying, well, we think that we might need to do this. And that's concerning to me because of the implications that are out there. Again, which is what I prefaced all of this by saying, of all these agencies and departments that are doing great work in our community. And so I find myself very cautiously approaching how I would support moving forward with some sort of reductions that seem to me to still be unsubstantiated. Again, I certainly understand and hear that there's a number. I do agree with that. I'm just not sure what that right number is. So, until I can get more information, that's where I still kind of find myself, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing something. So thank you, Mr. Sesker.
Thank you. I'll just add to that when we saw the last 5-6 years of income tax receipts, it's clear that we projected on the high end of those receipts for this year. I mean, there were years 3, 4, or 5 years ago where we were getting a lot less than what we projected from income tax receipts. And unfortunately, we picked too high. I mean, that's the basic thing. It's a little different than the underlying economics. It's that we were projecting a fairly high income tax receipt, and that didn't materialize.
Right. I mean, I think in an environment in which job growth, you assume that job growth is what it has been over the course of the last couple of years. You obviously would assume that your withholdings and estimated payments would be very as strong as the job growth that we're seeing here in the county. In a year in which the S&P 500 goes up by over 20%, obviously you would anticipate that capital gains income would be very high. What you can't always anticipate is taxpayer behavior, and the taxpayer response to political and other sort of policy things that are going on in Washington. And obviously, that seems like it's been a pretty significant factor driving the current situation. How that will change over the course of the next year and when that will trickle down to Montgomery County is something we're going to spend a lot of time talking and thinking about over the course of the next few months for sure.
All right, Ms. Florine, and then we'll wrap up.
Great, thank you. Well, I was going to say that I think Craig has made the point that I think we were expecting to get a better handle on what it was that we were dealing with here. What you've given us, and we thank you for the detail, is the stuff that we know. These are our burdens and costs. But we still don't know really why we're in this hole, if we're in a hole such as it is. It seems to me at this point the best that can be said is the projections are wrong. There's assumptions about growth in each category of revenue that, were just incorrect. Unless there's some other mystical solution that we will hear about next month when the final it's in February that we get the final distribution. Is that the month? For last year.
Right. Yeah,
Right.
February 18th. It's the second biggest distribution that we get every year.
So, and that's when we know how close we were to the mark on the budget for the last year, right? So that's for the end of fiscal 17, which was in June 30th. So we never really know if the assumptions were right. And those assumptions, though, of last year formed the basis for this year's budget, assuming things were going to be copacetic, and we still don't have a true handle as to whether there was really some crisis in capital gains or just the general expectations were incorrect. And that's the thing about budgets. There's not a certain number. We think there is when we approve these things and we worry about it, but it is all based on assumptions and projections and the like. And you hope you get it pretty close, and usually we do, and sometimes you don't. So I think that's an important point. And I think we can agree that we have not closed the circle on this particular point. But I wanted to follow up on the conversation I started about the OPEB and the reserves. I don't disagree with our reserves policy, but I do think we really need a better handle on how we're handling OPEB. Everyone here had questions, and I asked that we get a more before we actually get into the budget, get a rather thorough analysis of OPEB, how we stand compared to everybody else. As I remember, it was GASB, these government accounting, people who said we should do this. And so we said, of course, we'll do it. And apparently we're kind of isolated in that regard. And given the fact that if we're sitting on $1 billion, we got to wonder, why are we torturing ourselves over, $100 million right now? So that is one of the challenges that we face as responsible servants of the community, who frankly, we tax a lot to provide good services to our community. And I really want to make sure that I'm not sure I can justify sitting on $1 billion and cutting everything else, period. So I would like to have a better handle on all of that before we go into the next budget. So if we could get that going, I would appreciate it.
Okay, so we have our work cut out for us in the savings plan, and we have to post a very strong plan, and we're working on that now for the next few weeks. Oh.
I got to follow up something Nancy said, because I just want to check with Jacob. Were you reasonably sure, are you certain, when you said that that the capital gains went from 1.2 to 600, that's a real thing, right? That's not an assumption.
That's the information that we have from the controller.
I mean, I think it's real, but I think the interpretation then is fair. I agree with Craig. I think the alternate interpretation makes a lot of sense in that context. Just to be clear about this, I don't think this is totally unknown. I mean, the market did massively go up. If people had sold stuff, you'd have serious capital gains. We don't have them. It's not like they, to Craig's point, it wouldn't have made any difference if you filed for delay. You'd still have to pay them in that year. So I do think there's some plausibility to the alternate explanation that's emerged.
Yeah, I think we can all sort of imagine an alternate reality in which James Comey doesn't write a memo in early October of 2016, and that has, a whole series of implications for Montgomery County and the region.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. It was a very useful discussion, and we will return at 1:30 for a public hearing, several public hearings. Appreciate your presentation. right, everybody. Good afternoon. This is a public hearing for the council to receive testimony on the Energized Public Spaces Functional Master Plan for parks in mixed-use and higher-density areas. The plan will amend all area master and sector plans countywide, the 2017 recreation guidelines for private residential development, and other functional master plans. It also makes recommendations to create outdoor spaces. A Planning, Housing, Economic Development Committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Monday, January 29th. So for everyone scheduled to testify today, please bring copies of your written testimony to the clerk at this time. And I will call up our first panel. We have Vicky Vergani representing Glenway Gardens Condominium, Dan Wilhelm with the Greater Colesville Citizens Association, Mary Flynn testifying as an individual, Melvin Toll testifying as an individual, and Herb Simmons with the Climate Mobilization. Very good. Vicki, you're first up, and I think you know the drill, but we'll start the clock
All right.
when you begin, and then it'll go yellow at 30 seconds left. And please, if you'll all remember to cut your mic when you're done, because it affects the audio quality for everyone.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Vicki.
Hans. My name is Vicky Vergani. I represent 214 condos and about 550 residents in our community, Glenway Gardens. First of all, I want to thank George Leventhal and Jeff Science for recognizing our plight and for drafting a fair and common sense ZTA. I want to thank Chairman of the Fed Committee, Nancy Florine, Committee Member Hans Riemer, and the rest of you who all voted unanimously for it. Thank you for some common sense legislation. Okay, back to why we're here today. Glenway Gardens provides and pays for by itself many of the parks and open space opportunities that the county now wants our and similarly situated homeowners to pay for in communities that were recently developed without consideration of the need for parks and open spaces. Today, I want to encourage you as public policymakers to start making decisions that do not require taxpayers to make up for development policy that leaves the county decades late and billions of dollars short on open space and parks. I also want to focus on the lack of equity between communities such as ours that were built years ago, have parks and open spaces, and pay for them ourselves, and now we're probably going to be taxed to pay for others that were already developed without an eye towards parks and open spaces. It is folly to challenge the benefits of parks and open spaces. This has been a well-known element of quality life to community planners for years. However, Montgomery County has established a development policy of building first and thinking later when it comes to parks and open spaces. We have shoehorned large numbers of residences into small spaces, particularly around transportation hubs. We have not required even the most basic of needs of these types of communities, such as a single meeting room for legally mandated meetings of these communities, not one meeting room. They're going to have to use public facilities. We have given developers a pass on providing for the necessities of the communities and allowed them to fill their pockets so that the general public will have to pay for developer profits down the road. No one seems to be concerned about the future costs of these decisions, who will pay for them, who will benefit from them, and who will pick up the ultimate expenses. For example, we deem some areas enterprise zones. Did you know that the Glenmont Metro Center got a $19 million pass on impact taxes? We know we're going to need schools. We know we're going to need transportation. Somebody's going to have to pay for that. Altogether, one Enterprise Zone Act gave $54 million to our particular area, commercial business development up at Glenmont. We also have to consider that it is not reasonable to be retaxing communities that were already built with open space and parks and give them the full burden of paying for those that were never considered in new development. I say absolute yes to parks and open space, no to taxpayers having to pick up for developer expenses. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Dan Wilhelm.
You know, for the record, my name is Dan Wilhelm. I'm president of the Greater Colesville Citizens Association.
we're a firm believer of parks, and we like a lot of what we saw or you saw this morning. I think that's a long overdue. I'm actually surprised they haven't been doing this all along. So I think you're moving in the right direction. However, you look at the dollar amounts of what it takes to do what they're talking about. Even just downtown Silver Spring, where they're talking about, they've got 26 parks that they're talking about either activating, connecting, renovating, repurposing, or developing. That's an awful lot of parks. And when you look at on my testimony, I took figure one out of their plan, which you saw this morning. All those shaded areas, you're talking, I don't know how many parks, well over 1,000 to do that. And then go back to your discussion before lunch, the budget, I don't know where the money's going to come from. I look at what's happened in the eastern part of the county. We have the Hillendale Park that the Hillendale community wants to have renovated, and they've been working with Parks and Planning for 4 years, and they've been told no money. You know, we don't know when we're going to get to you. So that's one park, and now we're doing 26, and who knows how many hundreds of others. Anyway, several comments I want to make on where I think the thing actually overstates the need for parks. One is the demand looks at businesses or people who are working during the day and residents and treat them the same. People who are working during the day aren't going to need recreation parks, aren't going to need ball fields and stuff like that. You know, they're going to need more trails, walking, maybe some tables where they can play chess and other things, which makes sense. But those things are, you need to treat parks differently and look at the demand differently than they've looked at them. So part of it is they need to look at businesses or people during the day and people at nights and weekends as having different demands and figure parks accordingly. The second issue is they assumed everybody's going to walk to parks within 10 minutes. That makes sense in some types of parks, but not other types of parks. Some parks, if you're going to a recreation park, a ball field, you know, you may drive, you may walk, but you may walk more than 10 minutes. You may bicycle, you may take public transportation. So I think the need for parks needs to account for that. The next to last area is for local parks. They assume only 1/3 of the land can be used. I think that's a waste, you know, of taxpayers' money because, you know, the 2/3 can be used for other purposes and you get tax revenue. So I think a number of things need to be tweaked in their process. The basic process is good, but there needs to be some tweaking to get to good numbers for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilhelm. Mary Flynn.
Council President Reamer and members of the council, thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm Mary Flynn, and while I speak for myself, I also have the privilege of serving as the mayor of the town of Chevy Chase and the founder of the Coalition of Bethesda Area Residents, or CBAR. I'm here to express my support and appreciation for the proposed Energized Public Spaces Functional Master Plan. I was an active participant in the working group for this plan, and I am proud to be associated with it. At a time when the county is encouraging infill development in our dense urban areas, we need to assure that our new residential and commercial areas are attractive, livable, and sustainable. As I have testified for the Bethesda Downtown Plan, as new buildings reach for the sky, we must foster a strong sense of place on the ground. The proposed Energized Public Spaces Master Plan provides guidance that I believe will serve Montgomery County residents and businesses well through our evolution. Among its strengths are, one, it is adaptive, in that its GIS-based analysis tool allows planners to identify gaps and opportunities over time. In other words, it does not prescribe the location of future parks based on a snapshot of today's supply and demand. Second, it is equitable, in that park planning guidance is generated from data, not public perception or political pressure. Among the development criteria that I think is most compelling are assessing communities' needs for active, contemplative, and social gathering experiences within a 10-minute walk shed. And third, it is economically appealing, in that the data-driven approach helps the County Council prioritize CIP funding, and implementation recommendations include both improving existing public assets and building partnerships with the private sector. I hope you will take these considerations into account as you evaluate the plan and I'm eager to assist in any way that I can to ensure its successful implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Flynn. Mel Tull.
Thank you. For the
You
record,
can
I'm
move
Melvin.
move that a little closer. There you go.
Okay. For the
No,
record,
no.
right in front of your mouth.
That's right.
Thank you. Obviously, I don't do this much. I'm not a planner, and I don't play a planner on television. My name is Melvin Toll. I live in Gaithersburg, 19101 North Pike Creek Place in Montgomery Village. But I have spent some time paying attention to Silver Spring. And when I saw this, I thought, energizing the public spaces, my goodness, what a great idea. About time. But then I got looking through it, and I don't see a lot about energizing the public spaces. I see a lot about getting more public spaces. It reads like a document, a report made to justify a CIP request for more park space. And there's no doubt that's a good idea. I think we can all say that's, if you've got the CIP money, let's go for it. But as far as a functional master plan, I think it's a little bit premature. The tool that has been developed it's a very interesting concept, but it's been tried in one area and it got the result it was designed to do. It should be tested in other parts of the county and see if it still works the same way. Even in Silver Spring, there were some things that were overlooked, like the Petals Park at the corner of Wayne and Georgia Avenue. It includes taking the parking lot at Whole Foods, which was part of the redevelopment process. The balancing act was already worked out. There's a nice big civic building and Veterans Plaza to balance that. So there are things in here that seem a little bit underdeveloped. And I would really think this would be a good report to send back to spend another year getting the information right and testing out the tool and making sure it works elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tull. Mr. Simmons.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be allowed to speak on this issue. My name is Herb Simmons. I live 7981 Eastern Avenue in Silver Spring, and I speak with at least a little bit of relevant experience in the field. Before I moved here to Maryland, I was planning director for the state of New Jersey for 10 years and a county administrator, so I know a bit about county government for 5 years in Atlantic County, New Jersey, when casinos were being built. So I'll leave it at that. I'm now working pretty much full-time, retired on climate issues. And during my years, I need to say this, during my years working in planning and county management in New Jersey, my colleagues and I often looked to Montgomery County for both ideas and inspiration in such areas as affordable housing and transfer of development rights, mixed-use development, and agricultural preservation. You really were and are a model for the country, and so I'm particularly pleased to be here, having lived here now for 10 years or so. I'm not here to comment on any particular sites, though I do want to mention, sort of for the record, that where I live is literally next door to one of the sites mentioned in the plan for possible acquisition, and my bedroom is only 10 feet from the boundary. So I'll be very interested going forward in the discussions with the county Parks and Planning Office, and I think we're having one in our building with those folks this very week. I am testifying today as a member of the Montgomery chapter of the Climate Mobilization, which is a small national organization that believes that the climate crisis can only be effectively addressed through emergency action at a World War II scale. On behalf of the mobilization, I want to commend the Council for unanimously adopting the emergency mobilization resolution on December 7th, I believe, proclaiming a climate emergency and committing to reducing all greenhouse gases in the county by 80% by 2027 and 100% by 2035, while also taking steps to draw down carbon from the atmosphere. To the best of our knowledge, no other jurisdiction, state, county, or local in the country has as aggressive a set of climate policies as you do. And we'll be reaching out to Council very soon to talk about how to implement that. So my message today is really a very simple one, and that is these climate goals must be explicitly incorporated into every significant planning, regulatory, operational and investment decision over a certain threshold that the county makes. And when I looked at the Energized Public Plan and I did a word search, nothing on climate change. I looked at the overall Parks Plan, the 500-page document adopted 4 months ago, not one word on climate change or so. Which was very surprising and distressing. Even though this resolution was just passed, you've had a protection plan for a long time. So in ending, I would say send that plan back, ask that climate change be included within it, in that plan and every other plan now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Mr. Berliner.
Just very briefly know that in our master plans, we do require an environmental assessment. So I do think it is a notion that is deeply embraced by park and planning, but I appreciate you raising it with us. Thank you.
And that concludes our panel. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. There's Mr. Berliner, Leventhal.
No, I just wanted to say that it isn't necessary for us to send a plan back to Park and Planning. It's before us now, and we can add language regarding climate impacts here. It isn't necessary to send it back.
Well, as long as it gets incorporated, I don't know your procedures, but.
Very good. Okay, thank you so much. Our next agenda item is a public hearing for expedited Bill 40-17, Personnel Merit System Salary and Wage Plans Police Leadership Service, which would modify the uniform salary plan for police sworn managers to include a salary schedule for police leadership service. This authorizes the Chief Administrative Officer to establish a police leadership service under the merit system for lieutenants and captains in the Department of Police, establish guidelines for the police leadership service, and generally amend the law governing salary schedules for county employees under the merit system. A GO committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Thursday, March 15th. Persons wishing to submit additional comments should do so by the close of business on Monday, March 12th, so that your views may be included in the materials that staff will prepare. And our first witness, Sean Stokes. I see we're joined by Chief Manger, and I see only Sean is signed up, so I'll defer to you as to the order that you'd like to.
She mentions him in the.
Okay.
He has a note.
Thank
Good
you,
afternoon.
Sean.
Thank you. And you do have a copy of the written testimony, correct? Okay,
Yes.
great. Good afternoon, President Reamer and members of the council. I'm Sean Stokes, the Director of the Office of Human Resources, OHR, and I'm joined today by Chief of Police Tom Manger to testify on behalf of the County Executive Isaiah Leggett in support of Bill 40-17E and the proposed changes to the sworn police manager salary scale. The police department has identified many issues resulting from the current police management compensation plan. Foremost among those is the department has not been able to improve the rate at which sergeants take the lieutenant assessment, enabling the department to choose among a large group of qualified candidates. Testing most recently occurred in 2009, 2012, 2014, and 2016, and the number of officers taking the exam were 35, 31, 30, and 22 respectively, out of 150 active sergeants. We believe potential candidates for promotion compare the level of increased responsibility of being an executive officer to a relatively small increase, or in some instances, a decrease in annual income as a police executive. Candidates for promotion understand that their new role may or will require them to manage more officers, have less predictable schedules, and have work assignments based primarily on the needs of the department rather than their interests alone. These responsibilities are compared with several compensation benefits for sergeants. For instance, sergeants may earn the following types of additional compensation: roll call pay, which is 30 minutes of straight pay each workday, overtime for any hours worked beyond their shift or beyond their work week, and the ability to receive an annual cash out for all comp leave beyond a balance of 80 hours. These items alone can and do amount to thousands or tens of thousands of dollars for an individual sergeant each year. There is no doubt that these factors play a significant role in an officer's final decision to remain a sergeant or not to pursue the opportunity to become a police executive. To address these issues raised by the department in the spring of 2017, the executive engaged Public Financial Management, also known as PFM, to evaluate our police management compensation practices. PFM interviewed senior police managers in the Office of Management and Budget and reviewed several department promotional payroll data. PFM also reviewed pay practices and promotional data for the largest Maryland police departments in Baltimore and the D.C. region. The study was completed in August of 2017 and found that the proportion of eligible sergeants who take the lieutenant's promotional exam, can I finish or should I should?
Please
okay.
finish.
Sorry about that. Promotional exam is lower in Montgomery County than the regional police departments surveyed. The study also found that while lieutenants and captain-based pay levels are competitive with the regional departments surveyed, Montgomery County police managers have comparatively fewer opportunities to earn variable compensation compared to lieutenants and other departments surveyed.
Director Snooks, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I didn't realize you continued on the other side.
Yeah, sorry.
You'll
Okay,
need
so
to
you-
summarize
yeah, so-
any conclusions you'd like to share.
So,
Yeah, and the chief, and if you'd like to add, Chief Major, we'd welcome your.
She can have my time.
I'm sure there'll be
Oh,
questions.
okay, very good, okay.
So
Please
I mean,
continue.
you have okay. So this leaves the opportunity for pay compression between the officers and manager ranks and does not incentivize sergeants to apply for leadership positions. OHR's proposal to reallocate and rename the sworn police manager schedule to the police leadership schedule would align police executives with the existing MLS salary scale. The goal of this proposal is to include police leadership in the practice of aligning salary increases with performance and would improve the police department's ability to attract, retain, and motivate qualified applicants to move through the ranks of management. So the county executive transmitted this proposal to proposed amendment to you, to the council, on December 1st. And any pay for performance associated with the new PLS would be subject to the chief administrative officer's approval, and that decision would be made in context of the current fiscal conditions. I look forward to discussing this further. If you have any questions, please, I'm ready to accept those at this time.
We got a sharp eye for overtime around here.
Yeah. Sorry
Chief, would
about
you
that.
like to add anything?
Just here, in case there's any questions from the council.
Chief. Okay, Councilmember Rice.
So I really want to thank you for your testimony, and I'm just curious, and I'm sure you don't have the information now, but I'd like to know if you could present it to me at some time. You've done a great job when it comes to diversifying the lower ranks of your police department, and you need to be lauded for that effort. You've done a tremendous job. I'm curious as to when we get to the sergeant, lieutenant level, how that diversity ranks and if something like this might help in that respect as well. So if you could just let us know, any anecdotes you might have now would be appreciated, but certainly more information that you might be able to present us with would be helpful.
I will get you that information with specificity, but I will tell you that when you have less than 20% of your qualified applicants taking a promotional exam, clearly you have fewer folks to choose from. So.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. We'll move on to the next item. Appreciate all of the leadership of the department that's here today. Agenda item number 8, Bill 4117, Economic Development Fund, Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer Matching Grant Program, established. This is a public hearing for that bill, which would establish a Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer Matching Grant Program, define eligibility for it, and generally amend the law governing the Economic Development Fund. A Fed committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Monday, March 5th. Persons wishing to submit additional comments should do so by the close of business on Wednesday, February 28th, so that your views can be included in the material that staff will prepare for the council's consideration. Our first panel will be Robert Nelson, Anthony Selle, Irving Weinberg, Indira Pula, and David Setlin. And then we have another panel. So beginning with Mr. Nelson.
President Reamer, Vice President Navarro, and County Council members, I'm Robert Nelson from the Up County. I'm here today to speak in favor of Bill 41-17. You know, in order for Montgomery County to continue to thrive, there needs to be investment in our economic future. Nationally, 3 out of 4 new jobs are created by small businesses, and the development of new technology is key to global success. The SBIR and STTR programs afford small businesses a vehicle to develop new technologies utilizing federal funding and retain the intellectual property rights for future commercialization. I had the opportunity to meet many entrepreneurs during the 9 years that I served as Deputy Program Manager for the SBIR and STTR programs at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. We balanced the amount of funding allocated to phases 1 and 2 versus the number of new contracts that could be awarded. So the proposed funding in Bill 41-17 will be very helpful in providing Montgomery County small businesses to be in a better position to compete in nationwide competition for SBIR, STTR contracts and grants. Many firms have their initial experience with federal government contracting through the SBIR, STTR programs. Since competition and contracting requirements are satisfied in phases 1 and 2, sole source contracts may be awarded in any amount in phase 3. SBIR, STTR is a gateway for a business to receive millions of dollars in additional contracts and expand their business. We cannot rely on traditional established businesses to provide the future employment growth needed in Montgomery County. Seed funding from economic development funds is likely to spur much more investment in our county's future. I urge you to approve Bill 41-17. Yesterday, we commemorated Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. April 4 marks 5 decades since his death. This morning, there was a sobering county council discussion about factors driving the cost of government. Let me close with a quote from Reverend Dr. King. "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." Thank you.
We certainly know things about challenge and controversy on the county council. Mr. Saleh.
Hello, thank you for having me here today. I moved down to the area in 2001 when I started my PhD at Johns Hopkins University. After leaving JHU in 2009, I came down to the National Institutes of Health to do my postdoc. There, I was trained in many advanced methods for drug discovery. And at the end of my PhD in 2015, or my postdoc, I met BioHealth Innovation. And through a program with BioHealth Innovation, we met Memetis, which was a Dutch company that now has 50 international employees. We convinced them, in collaboration with me, to start the U.S. branch and affiliate of Memetis here in Montgomery County. Since 2005, we're now up to 4 people. I've risen from a researcher in the company to president of the U.S. branch. We have won 2 Phase 1 SBIRs, an additional Phase 2 just this month. And so, as I said, today we have 4 people, and with the Phase 2, we hope to expand 3 additional more people this year in the county alone. Our plans to grow the company are to grow from today 4 all the way up to 20 in the next 5 years. And with that money, as we continue to develop our product portfolio, we hope to have a manufacturing site in Maryland. We hope to also have us run all sales and all business development for the international company for the U.S. and North America out of Maryland. I think a program like this, one, would accelerate our growth. I would probably hire an additional 1 to 2 people if we had a program like that, but then also would ensure as we expand that we keep that activity here in the county. I live in the county just in Potomac, and I would like us to keep the company here so I don't have to move as well. Happy to take any questions about our path and our growth.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to questions if we have any at the end of each of the panel. Mr. Weinberg.
Hello, I'm Dr. Irving Weinberg. Thanks for the opportunity to present my views. I'm the founder of several Montgomery-based companies whose technologies were first developed using SBIR funds. The most recent company, Weinberg Medical Physics in North Bethesda, leveraged a $60,000 TEDCO fund to get $6 million in federal funding and a similar amount of investment. We've brought 15 people from around the world to Montgomery County, If approved by this council, the program would distinguish our county as being friendly to technology startups and add to the establishment of a local entrepreneurial ecosystem, which would help our companies from being moved to other jurisdictions, for example, San Francisco, New York, other places that are known as being technology friendly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Weinberg. Indira Pula.
Hello, my name is Indira Pula. I'm the founder and president of Sil Biotech. We're located in Gaithersburg, Maryland. We have been in business for the last 5 years. And before I started the company, I was a professor in academia, medical school in D.C. I came here to develop a test to prevent breast cancer. And I have had 3 SBIR grants from National Cancer Institute, and the third one is a phase 2 grant, and in total I have $2 million in SBIR grants. Now I'm ready to go to the market with the test, the clinical test, and we want to go all over the world, not just in Maryland or United States, or all over the world, because we want to prevent breast cancer all around the world. Now we have my test, could be administered, or the candidates for my test would be about 400,000 people in the United States alone. So we are assessing that we would go at least $1,000 a test. So we have the potential for $400 million per year revenue. And I want to keep this here in Montgomery County. Majority of this 21st century genomic tests originate and they are administered in California, in the Bay Area. This will be the first genomic test which will come from Montgomery County. And I am being swayed by several people to go to Texas and other places, and I've been approached by other states, but I want to stay here because I have been in this county for the last 25 years, and I want to stay here, and I would like to market the test from Montgomery County. And this will help me tremendously to not only towards commercialization, also to attract matching $3 million funds from National Cancer Institute, because there is a program in National Cancer Institute to fund $3 million towards commercialization, and they would encourage the local governments and the state governments to come up with some kind of support that would help me to get money, $3 million from National Cancer Institute. So I am very strongly urging you to support this. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pula.
Thank you.
We certainly hope you'll succeed in expanding here in Montgomery County.
I intend to do it.
Terrific. Mr. Setlin.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having me. And thank you to Steve Silverman for setting this up and inviting us to come today. So I first want to say I'm a complete product of Montgomery County, Maryland. Although I was born in Fairfax County, my parents moved to Montgomery County when I was 1 week old. So I've been through the middle school system, the high school system, and then I went to University of Maryland, where I got a bachelor's in science, cellular and molecular biology and genetics. I then got my master's degree at Johns Hopkins at Shady Grove campus. And around that time, I began my career at Human Genome Sciences right up the street in Shady Grove. And within the lab system there, I came up with an idea that I thought would turn into a pretty good company. So it was a dose of that plus some Shark Tank watching that really made me take the plunge. And also BioHealth Innovations was instrumental in this too, so I thank you guys for supporting them. It was Todd Chappelle, who maybe some of you know, who actually brought me out and said, hey, this is a real idea, you should go pursue this. So this was about 4 years ago. I actually incubate space at BioHealth Innovations. And the first years were pretty rough. I mean, bootstrapping and living at home with parents and things like that. And putting my own saved money plus family and friends' money into the company. So another kudos to you guys, the Montgomery County Department of Economic Development grant system. I was able to receive a $25,000 award. And I put that money to good use. Right now we have collaborations with MedImmune, a company called TechCell, which is in Frederick, and we're on the verge to commercialize our first product this year. So programs like the DED grant and also TEDCO's TCF, which was $100,000, they're significant for small startups. And so this program goes right in line with that spirit. Also for the county, it's a major stimulus. All the money that comes out to me, I'm spending. I ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich on my way over here, so it's bootstrapping still. But the money will be used to further my company, and it's used to help support the local economy. Also, this program would give an edge over other counties that may be competing for similar companies to form. So I appreciate all that you guys have done, and I support this idea.
Thank you so much. It's great to hear from entrepreneurs in our community. Mr. Leventhal.
Thank you. I'm really delighted to get such positive feedback on this legislation, and Mr. Nelson, it's nice to be on the same side of an issue. One of my favorite quotes was from the editor of a national magazine who talked about the prestige of journalism greatly outweighing the value of his salary, which he described as in the high five figures. And so my question to anyone who wants to jump on it, and Mr. Setlin, I think you said you just had a master's degree, so it's not Dr. Setlin, but I'm also particularly, well, I have another question, and again, I don't know whether it's Ms. or Dr. Pula, but Dr. Pula. Let me ask Dr. Pula first. If you could please provide our staff with detailed information about the NCI program that you mentioned that seeks local support. I was not aware of that. That's enormously helpful to know about that. So if you could provide our staff with information on that. For anyone who wants to jump on this, what if the amount of the grant is only in the five figures? Mr. Setlin, said a $25,000 grant was a big help to him. The reality is that SBIR payments can be in the millions, and the county's ability to augment, especially we got this grim forecast of our revenue situation, the amounts of county dollars in this are never likely to be huge. So if any of you who wants to jump on this could just talk about if this is beneficial, even if the amount of the county add-on is relatively small.
Yes. The Phase 2 SBIR funding I have got is $1.58 million. And well, we do not expect you to match that with this. But anything county gives, it tells the National Cancer Institute that the local and the state governments are because they would expect us to bring more money other than the grant funds. And it may not be, the funding is funding. It may be $10,000, and it may be $25,000, it may be $75,000. This would enormously increase our chances of getting the matching funds. NCI is the only institute in NIH which provides this for SBIR awardees. None of the other institutions provide this, because it's very difficult to commercialize. It's not that easy to commercialize any product, especially the cancer tests and cancer drugs. And these have very high potential for revenue. As I said, mine alone is like $400 million per year if we completely go within the United States. And we're working towards that to get the payers to approve fund coverage, like insurance agencies. So we have a lot of things to do. Insurance coverage, getting the insurance coverage approval alone is a major task. And any support from the county and the state would enormously help us. And I mean, $75,000 is not a small money. And when I had a Phase 1 grant, it was only $150,000. That helped me to progress to the extent I could get $1.5 million from the National Cancer Institute. So this will, when we get funding, no amount is less money. And, I had grants $10,000 when I started as a professor. So that helped me to get $200,000.
That's very encouraging. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Dr. Weinberg, you wanted to speak also?
Sure. Just in terms of the brass tacks, so we've had funding from National Science Foundation, National Institutes of Health, as well as Department of Energy. The NSF has a specific program. It goes for phase 1, and then you get phase 2, and then you're allowed to get phase 2 supplements, and then you're allowed to get a phase 2B. And specifically for the phase 2 supplements, $60,000 will allow you to qualify for a phase 2 supplement. And what's useful to the NSF is they use this to determine whether you can go on to the next level, which would be higher. So in fact, we had about a $750,000 phase 2 grant from NSF, but because of the supplements, that ended up being about $1.5 million. So specifically, just adding a little amount, let's say $60,000 or even a fraction of that, is helpful in terms of being able to progress to get the larger amounts of funding.
So what you're saying here is that NSF's SBIR program, like NCI, looks to the ability of the grantee to attract other capital beyond just the federal support.
Yeah, and specifically, even small amounts in the right time are very helpful. So you don't have to have, for the phase 2 grant, you don't have to have matching funds for the large phase 2 grant. But in order to progress from supplemental to phase 2, they like to have some proof that the community or some investor is interested in this.
That's extremely encouraging.
Councilmember Leonard.
Thank you, and I'm pleased to be a co-sponsor. Pleased that this legislation is before us. It's a terrific idea. I don't know how many of you saw the article in the Post. It was either yesterday or the day before, with respect to angel investors in the region and the extent to which, one, our region is doing better, but the dollars are going to more mature companies, not to the startups. And so these kinds of programs are particularly important to help the entrepreneurs that are at the beginning stages as opposed to the mature stages. And that's so critical for our county, and so grateful to have you before us and sharing your thoughts. So pleased that we will be doing this good work.
Thank you, Mr. Berliner. Great. We'll invite up our next panel. Thank you. We have Sophia Marjanovic, Bruce Weintraub, Ashwin Kulkarni, and Stephen Hoffman. I am not seeing someone who looks like they might be Sophia Marjanovic, so we'll go to Bruce Weintraub.
I'm Bruce Weintraub, MD, President, CEO, and co-founder of Trovogen, established in 2001, a small but highly regarded biotech company in Rockville. Trovogen develops new recombinant or DNA-based designed therapeutics for human and animal health, focusing on reproduction and cancer. I've been a resident of Montgomery County for 50 years and believe I'm the most senior entrepreneur speaking today, and thus have a unique historical perspective. I first came to the county to work in 1968 at the NIH after graduating from Harvard Medical School, then Harvard Hospital residency, and teaching hospital faculty. After an NIH fellowship, I was invited to be a tenured branch chief at NIH, where I served for 26 years in the United States Public Health Service. There I co-invented and co-developed a biotech drug that has revolutionized the diagnosis and treatment of thyroid cancer and has been a great commercial success. With his background, I was able to co-found my company with a remarkable $8 million of venture capital available back then to certain entrepreneurs. In 2001, when I began, thanks to decades earlier Montgomery County visionaries, it was the third largest such biotech center in the country, but it was soon overtaken by Research Triangle in North Carolina with overtures that was done to that area, and more recently fallen to 6th place or lower because of other initiatives to other states, with more coming. At the county level, the high local rent has caused a loss of many companies to Baltimore or Frederick County. Even worse, Montgomery County is 17th or lower for biotech venture capital, as most venture capitalists think of us not as innovators, but pejoratively as primarily government contractors. And this article you mentioned just is a drop in the bucket of what we need. Thus, my company and most others depend highly on SBIR grants for funding and viability, with about a 10 to 15% success rate for each grant in a national competition. My company has been very successful in receiving 13 such SBIR grants in a row for over $12 million, but we must continuously raise more SBIR funding to be viable. A county SBIR matching program will be vitally important to help small biotech in the county for my company and most others. But for most advanced therapeutic companies like mine, which needs and receives relatively large amounts of SBIR funding to fund expensive preclinical studies, my partner and I will also meet with State Senator Brian Feldman Friday to discuss his continuing support for an additional larger state match. Regarding Mr. Leventhal's comment, it's a state match that other countries, that's what we need, and it's a leverage. So one other thing, the entire federal program is merit-based, not need-based, and I hope this will remain merit-based with no secondary review about need. So finally, with our brilliant minds and entrepreneurship at NIH, the universities at Shady Grove, and nearby future Hopkins Science City, I envision a unique county-state SBIR matching leverage partnership. It's leveraging it. That should take our county to future new heights as a world-class biotech center where we belong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weintraub. Dr. Weintraub. Mr. Kulkarni.
Hi, my name is Ashwin Kulkarni. I've lived in Montgomery County my whole life. I graduated with logistics and master's in logistics from University of Maryland about 2 years ago. And I've been in the life science space for the past 3 years here. I work at BioHealth Innovation, David Setlin, Anthony Sala for the last 3 years, and I also used to work at the FDA, so I have been entrenched in the life science space for quite some time here. And one of the things we try to do at BioHealth Innovation is help early stage companies. And when I say early stage companies, I really mean an entrepreneur with the technology. I'm not talking about some well-financed company that we typically think of when we think of Boston or San Francisco, right? If someone has applied for an SBIR funding, which is a core part of the strategy no matter what, because it's a capital-intensive business and it's non-dilutive. It's essential to growing your value at an early stage. This is not just supporting the technology development, it's supporting the salary, it's supporting the business development activities, and there's no further financing that's available or streamlined in a sense, right? Once you finish this SBIR funding, the idea is to progress your business and keep it going. And a lot of the business development activities that we focus on that aren't actually focused on, it's really about moving forward the technology and paying your salary. And a lot of those things like patent costs, regulatory consulting, all of those things kind of fall by the wayside because you're hyper-focused on getting the technical project done. But it's absolutely essential to moving beyond an SBIR company and actually getting real financing that can grow the business. So, George, to your point, when you said, what is this small amount of funding, is it actually helping? That's the exact scenario where someone who has a phase 1 SBIR can use that. I think if you think about a freedom to operate search for a patent, in a patent situation, it could be anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 just to do a quality freedom to operate search. If you're not really thinking about that when you have a $150,000 grant, but you absolutely should be, and it's going to be essential to moving the business forward. And I think that's a huge asset, especially when it really is a non-negotiable thing, especially in life science space. So that small amount of money actually helps a lot more than you might perceive at like the actual budget line level for helping a company move forward. And I think a lot of, I'm echoing my colleagues that we're always trying to stop people from moving away from Maryland, right? Going to San Francisco or Boston because the ecosystem is there, the financing is there. You just walk into a bar and ask someone for money, right? And that's the perception. And to move away from that perception, we have to feel like the ecosystem is building here, and you can maybe walk into a council room and ask for money instead, right? And I think that would really help Maryland become, just keep the businesses that start here and keep them here and have them grow here rather than move away. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hoffman. Oh, if Dr. Weintraub and Mr. Kulkarni could please turn off your...
Okay, my name is Dr. Steve Hoffman. Before introducing myself, I'd just like to echo what my colleague has just said. Every single day, You have to make decisions when you're running a company about, can you spend some money on IP protection? Can you spend some money on regulatory consulting? Can I afford $5,000 to $10,000 more to make sure that this hotshot who's at the NIH and is being recruited to go to San Francisco doesn't go? Because and my controller or my CFO says, no, you don't have the money because it's not in your SBIR grant because you laid out line and verse there what exactly you could spend. So having $25,000, $50,000 or whatever extra funds is huge on a daily basis. So my name is Dr. Steve Hoffman. I am a retired naval officer, former senior vice president of biologics at Celera Genomics when we sequenced the human genome. I'm a member of the National Academy of Medicine, and I'm the founder, chief executive officer of Scenaria, which is the only company in the world totally dedicated to malaria vaccine development. And I'm also the chairman of Protein Potential, another co-located vaccine company. We started 15 years ago with 2 people, got an SBIR grant for $550,000, a phase 1 grant. Currently in Montgomery County, we have about 65 people working. We have clinical trials in 7 countries in Africa, 4 countries in Europe, soon to start in Indonesia, both coasts of the United States, so hundreds of people abroad, and a branch in Germany. We've raised over $260 million of non-dilutive funds, of which about a quarter have come from SBIRs. So we've had 20 phase 1s and 19 phase 2 SBIRs for a total of about $67 or $68 million. Last year in 2017, we had an income of $9 million from SBIRs. This program, when Steve called me about it, seemed so important for a lot of the reasons that you've heard. And the reasons is that we actually are slipping. If you go look and see what New York is investing in biotech now, it's shameful in comparison. We're the leaders. We still are the world's leaders in vaccine development. There is nothing better in the world than what goes on in Montgomery County in terms of vaccine development, not only at the NIH and the Walter Reed and the Navy, but also in MedImmune and GSK's facility. We are the world leaders in malaria vaccine development. Anything that can be done to incentivize people to come here, stay here, and give that little bit of extra money that we really need when we're running businesses on a daily basis would be unbelievably helpful. So I fully support this bill.
Thank you, Dr. Hoffman. We have a question from Councilmember Elrich.
I have 2 questions. One, you made a comment, Dr. Weintraub, about you'd rather have the funding be merit-based than need-based. And it sounded like Mr. Kulkarni was focusing on really small groups where it's need-based. I mean, these folks wouldn't be in the game at all if you weren't able to meet some low-level basic needs. And I'm wondering, so why not need-based if you've got alternative sources of funds?
It's a very good question. Any of us who go into this know this is a very Darwinian business, very chancy. No one knows how a drug's developed. No big company can ever predict. The odds against any drug being safe and effective are astronomical. You can't be like a Celera, and government should never bet on winners and losers. And needs-based is not enough, as some of my colleagues have said, not the last colleague who has enormous amounts of funding, but for many of us, just another $25,000 for a phase 1 or another $50,000, $75,000, it could be the difference for the next postdoc, for the next initiative that would be great. Any company that feels it has sufficient funds, I think, would be ennobled by refusing the match and sending it back to the pool to help their colleagues. If I were ever in that thing, I would do that, and I would expect my colleague to do that. But I do not think that need is the merit. This is if the Congress and the people of the United States have not determined that need is a basis, and there have been some states that have wanted to have a few other states, but the Congress has rejected that. It is not up to this council to have a secondary review of any kind. I will gladly return the match if I don't need it.
So I guess, my question was that we've talked about when some of this stuff started about how do you supplement what the state does, and and the state funded. I remember early discussions about what we were funding. State didn't fund a whole lot, and there seemed to be more candidates in pools for money than there was money to give out. So I thought one of the original things we had talked about had been, do we go in to fund some of those things that didn't make it through a higher level, but had there been more money, might well have gotten funded.
At the state level, Senator Brian Feldman has already supported a measure and has introduced it, because this is really more, as you point out, the kind of funds that the state needs to take the leadership in. But it's been held up there. And Steve Silverman and others have pointed out, if we will just take the lead, because we are really the gem of the state, this county, and we shouldn't be losing to other counties. If we showed our commitment, I think it would inspire the state to go through with a type of leverage match. And I really do think that it should be a state partnership. We would be the only county that I think I know of in the country that is doing this. Everything I know of is at the state level. So that's why I said it has to me, to work, really be a match. And this would be really a symbolic first step to a more substantive state match that I'm looking for. But for smaller companies, just the small amount might be a lot.
Thank you.
Mr. Leventhal.
Just to be clear on this discussion of merit versus need, the way the bill is drafted is we would rely on NIH to make that determination.
Perfect.
And NIH has a whole system of peer review and expert panels, and so unless we changed it, that's the approach in the bill, is let NIH make the judgment on the science, and then we would just provide a little extra attaboy, a pat on the back for those who have prevailed in the NIH merit review process.
Perfect.
Very good. Good discussion. Thank you so much for taking the time to share your views with us today, and we'll continue working it forward, and we are adjourned for the day.